Hey, I'm not that pretty. Please join, please join. I don't bite, but watch out for those oaks in red. Hey? When they get hungry, yeah. Just check they got. Hollywoodbets Pro50 action live from the Dobsonville over. It's Valentine's Day and a very happy Valentine's Day. I've got the teams with me, Zintle Kula from the Garden Route Badgers, Khomotso Rapo'o from the DP World Lions, and one of our umpires for this morning. Khomotso, you'll spin the coin.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
Tails.
And it is a tail. Zintle, you've won the toss. With overhead conditions being what they are, the concern of maybe a bit of rain a little bit later, what is your decision for today's game?
We have decided to have a ball first.
What's the rationale behind that?
Looking at the pitch this morning, we felt like there might be something with the ball early up front. Use that to have our advantage. So.
Any changes for today's game from your Western Province encounter last week?
We only have our one player coming in today, Lucian Swartz. She's the only one who's going to be joining us today.
All the best for today's game.
Thank you so much.
And if we could call the Lions captain alongside me. Khomotso, you've got an opportunity to put runs on board here. Are you happy with that decision?
I mean, we could have bowled first, but obviously, yeah, we have to do what needs to be done. So, yeah, we're happy still.
And this is an important game. You've got Western Province coming up next week. You want some good results leading into the final on the 15th. What has the conversation been in the camp?
I mean, today, we just, obviously, the aim is to win today's game. It's very crucial so that when we walk to Western Province, we need to make sure that we also grab those points as well. Obviously, the rain, we're just hoping it doesn't rain at all, so we can obviously go home with both points.
You're at Dobsonville, a little bit far from home, but an opportunity to share the game with the local community.
I mean, yeah, we're very excited. I mean, the youngsters as well that will be joining us today. So obviously, we want to inspire them and for them to see what is done in Lions, and so that they can be inspired to play the game of cricket as well.
All the best for today's game.
Thank you so much, sir.
And that is the news from the toss. The Garden Route Badgers have won it, and they'll be bowling first on Valentine's Day. Cricket. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is the indomitable I'm Yoli. A very good morning to you, Aya, and welcome.
Morning, David. Great day for cricket. Just a bit gloomy. Hope the rain stays away and let cricket be played.
It promises to be a very good match between these two sides. There's no love lost. Both sides with 3 wins thus far in the competition. The Lions top the log due to their much improved net run rate and the bonus points that come with it. They have that 1-0 result, and so these two sides know what it's like to be playing in a game that is impacted by the weather. And well, we're just waiting to see how the events will pan out. The Badgers deciding to bowl first, and you can understand why with conditions being what they are.
Very bowling friendly conditions, yeah. So maybe they want to get some wickets early on, trying to use the conditions. But that's just using the conditions. You still have to bowl well. I think that's very more important.
For the one slip, and your fielder's out on the boundary is what looks like a deep backward square. But the umpire's still having a decision about something, maybe wrapping things up. You know, these umpires, they're quite particular about the rules, Aya. Want to make sure that they're ticking all their boxes ahead of the game.
Definitely. I think it's all part of their teachings, what they got taught there. So you have to be professional every time. They're always getting watched by senior umpires. So if you really want to go up the ranks, you have to make sure that everything is nice and smooth and everything goes well. But yeah, loving that they're taking the game to the people of Soweto. Not always just playing cricket and at Wanderers, just take the game to the people, take it to the townships. I think that's a very important thing. Great initiative there by the Lions Cricket.
So third man there, the fielder out. Swartz to Tabete. A little bit of width offered early there, and 50 overs means that you have some time to settle in, but you don't want to become complacent in offering freebies like that, because in time batters like Tabete will be looking to free their arms, and it's a bit of an easier one to start.
Yeah, just a look at the wicket. That was a very natural, good bounce there, but just a bit of width there. I think every time you play a 50 over game, you have to be on the money.
Much tighter there, and as you mentioned, there is a bit of cloud cover overhead. You'll see a good covering of grass as well on the surface. You'll see there's a couple of bald patches on the 5th or even 6th stump line for the right-hander. So there is something to work with there, Aya, for the fast bowlers.
Definitely. I think played a lot of club cricket here at Dobsonville. When you're really bowling the ball, you always get patches from the wicket.
And that's too wide. First runs on the board.
A scholar of the game and 7th of the game. I think that's what will make you adapt very quick.
It's something Jeffrey Tuyana mentioned to me. If you serve the game, it'll serve you. Tucks this way neatly onto the onside for her first runs. Looking at this Garden Route Badgers side, much improved from last season. 1 over has been completed. It's 3 without loss. And a fairly tidy start to this Hollywoodbets Pro50 action. You highlighted it at the start, Aya, the importance of spreading the love, so to speak, and appropriate on Valentine's Day that we're spreading the love, but to allow cricket to kind of be shared with the greater Lions cricket community, and the decision to come to Dobsonville is an important one.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you speak about grassroots, I think it's very important. You know, we come to Soweto. It's one of the biggest townships in the country, and bringing the cricket to the people. I think we find kids that always come here to Dobson. We always see kids watching. I think they'll remember this day. I said there was a Tumis Kukune there. I watched him on TV, but today I watched him. I watched her live, and something that I'll keep. I say I want to be like her. So there's a lot of.
Zintlakula on the money early. Big shout. The tall fast bowler next to me is adamant. He wants everything given, but the umpire's not moved.
Definitely good bowling, good start there from
Got a bit of shape through the air as well, offering something there. Overcast conditions and the new ball as well. I want to get your thoughts, Aya, in just a moment on the importance of utilizing the seam early on. Outside edge, gone! It had almost gone past her. Some brilliant reactions there. And the Badgers have a breakthrough. It's an important one. Landsman's got to go fun. It's 3 for 1.
It's a great catch there late. But definitely was able to snatch it there. Good start there from Zintle, I think. First one was Nelbin and the second one is Nick. Is on the money. She's on the money.
Good catch there by, it looks like Annika Swart. She didn't quite know where it was going. She thought it was going to her right, a big outside edge, and suddenly she had to react and take it behind her on the left-hand side. Look at this one again. The first one, in-swinger, and the next one, just line and length.
Oh.
And it has you smiling, certainly, as a big fast bowler. Landsman has gone for just a single, and that brings Rosina Manak to the crease.
That's a good start there from Zintle, I think. Early on, getting a wicket, I think that gives you good confidence. Starting off in a game. Unlucky there from Madison.
And this is what I wanted to highlight here, Aya, because this Garden Route Badgers side was in deep trouble last season. They were a side that were at one point at risk of relegation, and look at where they are. There are 3 wins out of their 6. They have the same win ratio as the Lions, as well as many other teams. Just the bonus points have eluded them this season, and that net run rate not being on their side. But crucial is going to be number 55, Zintlakula. That one will be leg buys. Just tucked away fine. And it'll go nearly all the way to the boundary. Some good recovery work there, but they're going to come back. And some helpful runs early here for the Lions after the wicket of Landsman.
Yeah, I think for the Lions, they definitely have to adapt themselves in. I think conditions are more bowler friendly. You make sure you don't lose wickets in your first 10 overs. Just to make sure that the ball gets old and you get your first change bowlers coming in. So the conditions suit the bowlers. Look at that, it's overcast. So you have to make sure that you don't lose early wickets. And you just kept staying at it. You looked at we were working on last week, Lions versus the Tuskers. I think we lost in the first session. The Tuskers were bowled out. So yeah, I think they didn't adapt themselves. The wicket was moving. It was very moist there at the Wanderers early on as usual. But the discipline that they put in, I think there was not enough discipline that with the Tusker side that they got in. And I think they didn't adapt to the conditions, and then that made them lose by like an innings. And
yeah, one of the biggest victory margins for the DP World Lions. Just happy to leave that one through to the keeper, and I think maybe that's the one that Madison Landsman will look back on and say, it was wide enough that I could have let it go. You know, we're not in a T20. This is 50 over cricket. Maybe that decision making was something that she'll want to improve upon, because you'll know as a bowler when what you want to do is settle into a rhythm, and as a batter on the other side of it, well, there's some decisions that need to be made. And whether or not to play a shot is such an important decision, particularly early on. 2 overs have been completed. It's a 5 for 1.
Great bowling there from Zintle. And that's a good start there from her.
I wonder if you can highlight for us the importance of using the seam early on, because I know we've highlighted, zoned in on the fact that there was a bit of cloud cover when the toss went up, and then obviously there's a little bit of grass as well. But how important is it for your seam bowlers early on to hit the seam when it's nice and hard to use as much available? A little bit too straight there, and so Tavete just tickles this away down to deep backward square for the single.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the new ball, you always try to, you still have to hit the deck. Most bowlers usually earlier on, they always try to look for swing because it's a new ball, and then you always find them with that older ball. That's when they're starting hitting the deck. But you look your more senior bowlers that have played, and they will always make sure with the new ball, you're still looking to to nip the ball, not to look for the swing, and make sure that you're hitting the deck and bowling the ball is very important.
100%, because what you're saying when players are listening, youngsters, when they listen to this, they're going to say, but what do you mean bowling the ball? Of course I'm going to bowl the ball. But what I think you're referring to, Aya, is that you don't want the ball to float. You don't want the ball to just arrive to the batter for them to just have all the time in the world. You really want to utilize the surface. And in order to utilize the surface, you have to hit the deck. And so coaches will, time and time again, remind you not to just get through your action, but actually hit the surface. Oh, another one that gave a little bit of extra bounce, and that's something to be mindful for these Lions batters.
It's better energy there from Lucien Swart. Swart, exactly as you talk about. You can see very strong on the crease, and there's definitely pitches from the wicket.
Good pace in the surface. You just see the way that Palesa Mapo'o takes that one. A little bit of zip off the surface, and you can clearly see there's a difference between that and almost just kind of letting it go, especially early on in your spell. Change in the field, packing that extra cover and cover region. No one out on the leg side. 7-2 field. And this is exactly where that ball is going to go. The slip is just going to have to turn around and do a retrieval job. There's been a bit of rain. The grass is a little bit thicker than usual, but it's a welcome boundary for the Lions. 4 runs.
It's great stuff. Waited for that bad ball. Punished it there. Resina Manak. I think as an opener, you have to have discipline. I think you have to know as a batsman, you have to know where to play and what to leave. And wherever there's a bad ball, you always make sure that you climb on top of it. I think it's very important. Your discipline, make sure that you get that ball old, so that you set it up for the batters that are coming in next. That they come in, the ball is old, the bowlers are tired. That's when you can cash in. There's still a lot of overs, a lot of balls to be bowled here. So you can spend your time and just take your time in as an opening pair and make sure that you don't lose wickets. And in the last 10 overs, you still have wickets on your side. That's when you can really punish the opposition.
Oh, just beats the outside edge of the bat. A good way to end the third. It's 10 for 1. The temptation, Aya, when you bowled a bad ball, you know that you don't have much protection on the leg side. You bowled essentially a leg stump half volley. You've been worked away for 4. The temptation is you want to follow up with the magic ball or the extra ball in your toolbox. But the wise thing there by Swartz is that she's just gone back to line and length. That's an important lesson for players, wouldn't you say?
Definitely. I think simple is best. Simple is best. No, never have to look for those magic balls. I think top of off stump or fourth stump, I think keep it simple and hitting that good length. Whatever you practice in, hitting those cones, and just keep it simple and wickets will take care of themselves. Just try to get those dots. Make sure as with the new ball, you're a bit attacking. It's very important. Make sure that the batsman, you make sure with the new ball is always playing.
Discipline is everything at this level of the game. And it's often those sides that are more disciplined that find a little bit more joy, in those moments. Having chatted to some of the coaches as I've gone around for this Hollywoodbets series, it's well driven, but she's just finding the wall there that's on the offside. The coaches speak about the importance of discipline in decision-making in crucial moments. So yes, discipline is one element, and it's one that players need to be reminded of time and time again. But it's those crucial moments that the game can flip in the favor of your opposition. You're on top, you've got a couple of wickets early, but then you just allow a partnership to form, and that's where coaches want to tear their hair out. Confidently behind it. Did you find, Aya, in your time playing that, you know, the coaches would bang on about those small moments in the game that can change things?
Yeah, definitely. I think discipline is important from batting to bowling. I think you have to keep making sure that you stick to your skills, like in terms of saying as a bowler. That top of off stump is the way to go. Yeah, you stick and the moment you still get some wickets, then you end up seeing the tail coming in. And now you're starting to change things, you're trying to be more attacking, you try to bowl more into the stumps because you just want to get wickets. I think that's where partnerships starts forming. I think if you keep it nice and simple, even with the tail, if you can get the tail out, if you can get the top order out of those good balls, why are you changing to the tail? Why are you bowling bounces to the tail and trying to hit the stumps? So simple is best, keeping it nice and simple and making sure that you stick to your guns. It's very important in cricket. And you look at now with the 4-day cricket, we finished 4 days in 2 days. You can see the disciplines and the basics are not really put together in terms of teams. There's a lot of work to be done. Maybe, I don't know if it's T20 cricket that's been played a lot, but look at even the England also, the Ashes guys struggle a bit.
It's a shout in vain, I fear, as this one will be leg byes. And that's precisely what you've been speaking of there, Aya, the discipline, because Zintlakula has bowled 4 balls in a row that were good. The 5th one is wide, and then the next one almost looking for that in-swinging delivery to cause concern for Tabete, but that one drifting down the leg side. So there's 1 ball remaining in her second here. It's a very tidy start from Zintlakula. Of it's one that could be of some assistance. You utilize the breeze to your advantage, and particularly there was that delivery that we were highlighting, the one that took some serious pace off the wicket. You see where Mapo'o takes that one on her left hip, just indicating how much the ball can move. And so if she utilizes the surface and the conditions, she might get the joy that she's after.
That's right. There was a bit of rain last night in Joburg, so there's definitely a bit of moisture in the wicket. If you really bowl it in that good area, you're definitely going to get something in the wicket. So you just have to stick to your guns and make sure you're hitting those good lengths and you're just keeping to your disciplines. Top of off stump, 4th stump.
Just guides this one away down to that 3rd man fielder. Oh, and nearly the opportunity for overthrows. The throw was away with a little bit of lazy wicket keeping there, not to get down and take the throw.
Beautiful ground there. Look at the outfield there, and Soweto. They've done a lot of work preparing for these games.
Well, particularly since there's not been much rain, barring last night. It's been really hot in many parts of the country. A couple of weather warnings for the heat. And that can really take it out of a player when you're out there in the middle. You feel the heat. They've been fortunate today that they've got a nice little breeze to keep them cool when running in. You could see the wind taking that one. It's a good bit of timing there to get back for the second.
Just the disciplines there from Lucian Swart. Yeah, I've heard about the heat wave is coming. There's still a lot of heat coming into.
You want more heat? I don't
no,
want.
I have heard.
Oh, you just heard that? I thought you were hoping
there's a lot of.
Pulled away. It's in the air for a time, but there is vacant land out there. So Manak with an educated stroke. I welcome, as much as I love cricket, I think I welcome the rain when we've had nothing but scorching temperatures out there.
No, I've heard that there's still a lot of heat wave that's coming into the country. So we'll definitely see, because there have been weather warnings that people should drink a lot of water, Powerades,
Less
electrolytes.
less games rained out as well.
And less games rain out. That's right.
So remember that these sides in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 campaign, quick change in the field, Deep Square making a reappearance. That these sides are playing for that all-important final, 15th of March. The team that leads the log by the conclusion of the round-robin fixtures will host the final, along with second place. It's a full toss. It's worked away. A bit of intelligent cricket there to put the deep backward square out there, but you don't generally bowl for that type of stroke. You're not exactly looking to give your opposition a free one. 5 done, halfway through the power play, and it's 17 for 1.
5 overs completed. DP World Lions are currently on 17 for the loss of 1 wicket. Tabeti on 4 and Manak on 7.
9 wickets in this year's competition for Zintle Kula. She's been an essential part of their bowling effort, and I think that's the crucial element for me, is that when players are not reliant on one superstar, one leader, if you will. It's wafting at that one. It's way too wide for her to go after. The sensible thing would have been to leave it, and I think she knows that. But team performances are not just one person. It has to be a group effort, particularly with a team like the Garden Route Badgers. It can sometimes feel lonely out in Oudtshoorn.
Very, very hot Oudtshoorn. You definitely have to bowl in partnerships, in terms of you cannot be bowling well on this one side.
Just tucks that away very neatly. It almost seems like there's a bit of inconsistent bounce. We'll have to keep our eye on it and see how it goes. And that complementary nature in which you bowl, because it's all good and well running up and bowling and taking all the wickets, but your mate on the other end is going for 20 or 25 to the over. It's almost undoing your work, really.
Releasing the pressure, definitely. So building those dot balls and partnership is very important, and that you can get a lot of wickets and build. They always say you need to get a wicket, you can bowl like 13 dot balls or 18 dot balls, and then you're definitely creating chances to get a wicket. It's very important to just build partnerships, bowl in partnerships, and also your first change bowlers, the bowlers that are following up, also have to make sure they're keeping it.
Full toss. There's a thought from the umpire at square leg whether that will be anything. It'll be a wide, and a couple of extras to go along with it. Yeah, that was a very wayward delivery. Maybe it just slipped out the hand there, Aya. The new ball's a bit squeaky.
Maybe it's yeah. There's also she's bowling against the wind. So maybe that's another factor. You have to make sure that bowling against the wind, you have to make sure that you're nice and strong and you're bowling the ball.
Yeah, not
fighting the wind.
It's exactly what I'm saying. You're not overcompensating, because if you feel like you're trying to force it extra leg side and the ball is, the wind is blowing from right to left on your screen, you're going to feel like you're going uphill with some bricks in your pockets.
Definitely. Stay nice and low, nice and relaxed. Making sure that when you get to the crease, you're nice and strong, you're bowling the ball, you're finishing your action. And just keeping it simple, I think. Not fight the wind. They always speak about not fighting the wind.
There's that inconsistent bounce as it just almost rolls its way through to Mapo. You would have known what it's like, Aya, to bowl in the wind out in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. That's no joke. Particularly down in Gqeberha. It's a serious effort required when you go bowl at St. George's.
It's tough sins there. Bowling and fielding there is tough sins at St. George's. PE.
in the air, but it's a confident stroke. She's just leaned on that one. And they're running so well this morning on the DP World lines. They come back for 2. Almost carried with the wind there.
Very strong winds there. Like I was saying, playing in PE, it's better at St. George's because it's covered. They've got grandstands and all that stuff. You go play at the university grounds. Madibas, it's tough there. It's very strong wind. And it's definitely someone has to bowl against the wind. You can't just bowl from the one side of the wicket, so you have to find a way, you have to find a plan. It's very important then to teach your bowlers in terms of what to do against the wind. So you can't be running in, you have to make sure that still run in, but you make sure that you contain, you don't create.
Just gets the bat behind that, not able to pierce the gap this time.
So it's very important to teach your upcoming bowlers and that someone has to bowl against the wind. For example, you cannot just bowl from the one side of the wicket. You have to find a way. What do you do when you're bowling against the wind? What do you do when you're bowling with the wind? So bowling against the wind, I think you can make sure that, okay, I'm not going to bowl the same pace that I always bowl. You make sure that you hit those good lines and length. You become more of a container, as I would say. You're just trying to make sure that you don't get hit for runs and contain and make sure you build those dot balls. And the bowler that's coming with the wind, you make sure that he's running in and you are still bowling those good balls, but you're more aggressive. And with the wind, you're more aggressive, yeah.
Those high catches, you don't want to be anywhere near them when the ball is swirling. It's been quite a lengthy over here from Zintlekula. She's finally gotten out of it. There were 2 wides in it. 24 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, definitely with the catching, we go catch you really don't want the ball to come to you. But definitely you have to make sure that when it comes, you have to make sure. But there's a technique that we always got taught, that you make sure the ball's coming to your head. It's going to hit you on your head. The moment it's going to hit you on your head, then you know you're definitely going to catch it.
Your follow-up bowlers, and this is going to be an important moment here for the Garden Route Badgers with a change in bowling. Because going at 8 runs to the over, rather not 8 runs to the over, 4 runs to the over is a much more manageable kind of start. But this lady who's coming to the crease, the leading wicket taker in this year's Pro50 competition, 12 wickets thus far, Nicoline Jans van Rensburg. There's no let up really, Aya, because you feel like, okay, now I've just seen through the opening batters, and Jans van Rensburg is very tidy, in addition to having taken 12 wickets this season in 6 games. It's almost 2 a game. It's healthy and handy from a captain's perspective. The bails keep falling off. They might need to bring out the heavier set. Maybe pull a bit of a Stuart Broad there, Aya. Switch the bails to get that 2nd wicket. But Janssen van Rensburg is important here for the Badgers. Between her and Zintlekula, 21 wickets this season. You almost beg the question of why she didn't get the new ball. She goes to Tabete. Happy to leave that one through to the keeper.
Great start there. Hitting straps there, Van Rensburg.
Speaking of straps, she had quite a serious strapping on her knee. That's something we'll keep an eye on. But you know, fast bowlers, they're always in the wars. The ankles, the knees, the hips, the back, everything seems to take a bit of a battering. How are your knees, by the way? It's overpitched and driven. Doesn't get it as far away as she'd wanted.
Definitely, as a fast bowler, there has to be something. If there's always going to be something that's bothering you, you definitely have to keep your strappings. You always have to make sure after the game you're stretching. You have to take care of that body. You make sure that you have to go to the gym. You take care of that body, the gym wall. You recover. How you eat.
Nearly found her way between bat and pad there.
So
You've highlighted such an important thing. The importance of stretching as a fast bowler, because flexibility is everything. And when you go to these conferences around fast bowling injury management and prevention, obviously, the key is how they warm up, bowling loads, and flexibility. Tried to pull that away, but wasn't able to get it. It's that inconsistent bounce. It didn't quite sit up for her. Did you find you knew exactly when you hadn't warmed up correctly, or you hadn't prepared? You were under bowled, if you like.
Yeah, not just from warming up. It comes before on the start of the week. If you're playing a game on Saturday, how many times you went to the gym? Maybe 3 times of gym is good. Off season, what did you do off season? Were you strength based? What were you working on? So it's periodization, I would say. It's what you've been doing since the start of the season, and then from that strength and taking it to power, be able to run in for.
Oh, she nearly chops that one on. This will go down fine to that fine leg region. The clean-up job is that of Annika Swart. But you're right. I think sometimes players think that it's just the week of, or even the day of, but that often is just the fruit of the hard work that you've been putting in, particularly in off season. Because if you training when nobody's watching, that's when the roots of your tree, so to speak, are planted.
That's right.
Hearty drive at that one. Not able to get the edge. 7 overs have been completed. I'm going to make way for our newbie to commentary. This one just beating the edge. 1 from that over. And it's 25 for 1.
Um, 25 for 1 there from the Lions, and 7 overs. Welcome there, Omba Gazi. Is that Omba Gazi, yeah?
Thanks for having me, Aya. It's been actually a brilliant day. It's as if the weather just started to clear up. It was all cloudy in the warm-up, and it's starting to shape up pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the sun is coming out. Looks like it's going to be a very beautiful day for cricket, yeah? At Dobsonville Cricket Oval in Soweto. Change of bowler there. We have Kayakazi Mate coming into the attack. Van Rensbeck has bowled very well. Starting with the white there from Kayakazi. Bowling against the wind.
I think maybe it's just bowling against the wind will be something that she has to get used to, given that the wind this side is quite strong.
Very, very strong. I spoke about adapting to the conditions. You have to adapt as a professional. You make sure that you have to adapt each and every conditions that you're facing on the day. You make sure that you find a plan and you work towards it and make sure that you execute your skill. Kayakazi runs in again and bowls another wide.
I see that she's got quite a bit of an away swing. Let's just see that again.
Definitely an away swing there from Kayakazi, but you still have to make sure that you bowl in the ball. You're not just putting it there, swinging it from the hand. You have to make sure that you're bowling it, putting some energy into it. That we always say that we like looking for nip earlier on, not swing. Because swing for batters, it's easy to see swing coming from the hand, but when you get for nip, it's off the wicket. It's a lot better there from Kayagazi.
Without a doubt there, because you run the risk of bowling an over that's quite expensive. And Kayakazi has now bowled an over where we've conceded 2 runs with no effort from the batsman.
Extras, yes. We have to make sure that we don't get much extras. We have to cut the extras. Oof. Great bowling there from Kayagazi. Yeah, definitely the swing that you spoke about. There's definitely something natural swing that she bowls from the action that she gets. Kayagazi.
Definitely, if you watch her hand and how she actually lets go of the ball, there's a little bit of a flick of the wrist that she does, which I think contributes quite beautifully to that away swing.
Good bowling there from Kayagazi. Good batting throw from Tabete.
And also just to pick up from that interesting conversation you were having earlier about training for the season, making sure that you don't have any injuries is very important as a pace bowler, because we do put our bodies through quite a bit when we try and really hit our lines and lengths, trying to hit the deck.
Yeah. Again, I think defensive shot there from Tabete, senior Tabeta. Yeah, I think they always say that when you as a seamer, as a fast bowler, they say when you're running in is 10 times your body weight on that one leg, that landing leg that you bowl into. So you definitely have to be strong, and make sure that you have to make sure your conditioning is up to scratch, because it takes a lot from your body. Pitch shot there, got a hit there through long on for a run there. It's a bit of the grass is a little bit thicker there, not very quick outfield. There has to be a lot of running that's to be done here today.
I think the batsmen need to be very intentional when it comes to their communication between the wicket, because you are quite right, the outfield is rather slow.
Kayagazi coming in again. I'll play there. Block there. I like the action of Kayagazi. I think she's back. She's got her straps now. She's got her action nice and together now. I think she's bowling the ball. I think those 2 early balls were more of a warm-up balls there from Kayagazi. Now I think she's bowling and hitting her lines and lands.
I definitely think so as well. I think it was just her getting used to the type of deck that she's bowling at. Knowing her history, she comes from border cricket, and that is a much faster outfield, a much harder deck. So I think Kayakazi was just getting used to things here at Dobsonville.
You also a border girl from the Eastern Cape?
At that I am.
Thunder's back coming. Ooh. Pitch it full. Straight to the folder there from Tabet and long on.
And Van Rensenberg is quite a bowler who bowls on the mark. She's very sturdy when it comes to her bowling. Make sure that she hits her lines and length. Nothing too fancy when it comes to her bowling, just consistency.
Thunder's back coming again, hitting that top, that offside wicket. And another dot ball from her. Yes, as you're right, she looks very disciplined bowler. She knows what she's doing. Van back. She's bowled 1.2 overs and she's only gone for 1 run. Just bit.
Well, it just beat the outside edge. And like I said before, with Van Rensburg, it's ball to ball, money to money that she's doing right there. Very interesting to see that the batsman even went for something like that.
Spoke about her lines and length. Just keeping it simple there. Van Rensburg coming again. Ooh, nice and straight. Full. Another dot ball from her.
You know, with a partnership like this with Van Rensburg and Kaya Kazi, they're really trying to build a partnership on those dot balls. And I think as a pace bowler, those are very, very important in terms of slowing down the run rate.
That was a bit touch wider. Great stuff. Stop there. From it's point position.
It's rather clean and clinical from the Badgers as well.
Good folding there. Through yourself. Van Rensburg coming again. Trying to finish well. Ooh. Touch full. To the straight drive there from Nankululeko, but another dot there from Rensburg. The score is 28 runs, 1 wicket down, and 9 overs gone. Not a bad start there from the Badgers. I think the Lions are run rate is going at 3.1. I think it's something that you won't mind. You've already got a wicket. And at 3.1, you just have to make sure you just contain and stay in this skip building those dot balls and make sure that you're taking that run rate and keeping it there, maintaining it. I think the first change bowlers that came in, they bowled very well, also followed up from the opening pair.
I think you are quite right. Those first pair bowlers really did the work that they needed to do to set up the team very well. We just hope that the bowlers that are coming in now can keep that energy.
Another dot ball there. Great fielding there from the Badgers. I mean, the Badgers players, they're throwing themselves around here. They're not shy. They're not scared to throw themselves. Beautiful outfield, by the way. Very spongy grass. So you probably throw yourself also around the Omba.
Nice and soft landings, definitely.
Touch shot there from Kayagazi. Just pulled there, but straight to the fielder. You said you played your cricket at Bora and Western Province, eh?
Yes, definitely. I played a lot of cricket, especially for Border. Played all the way from the under-19 side to the women's side, and then fell in love with the speaking part of the game.
Oh, that's proper. Also played for Border, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
two Border nights right here.
Yeah. Played for Border, Colquick, Kayamachula Cricket Week. Played Border amateurs. At times used to call it amateurs. The provincial team. Another dot ball there from Kayagazi for the provincial team. Yeah, Border Bears, you always used to say. But now it's called the Inyati, eh?
Definitely, it's the Inyati now. But the Border Bears just rolls off the tongue a lot more. I don't know. It's got a bit of a ring to it, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I still call it the Border Bears. A lot of history there on that side of the Eastern Cape, we'd say. It was hit to square for 1 run there from Manak.
And with the border side, I think we, as border players, produce a lot of the most prominent, most amazing, and incredibly talented players, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely that's right. There's a lot of people that come from Eastern Cape, from the male side to the female side. You go to the rugby also, you look at the Sharks. Western Province, a lot of Eastern Cape border players. Oh! Touch shot there from Kayagazi. Got pulled there from Nongoluleko Tabete for 4. The moment you miss your length from Nongoluleko, she's going to climb on top of you. Pulled it for 4 there. It's a good shot there. Emma Lapini, Payana. Pose length yakhe Payana uKayagazi. Khwela phezu kwakhe Nongoluleko Tabete.
Definitely so. Are we possible? And Nonkululeko made it look so easy, just rocking off that back foot all the way through for 4.
Great comeback there. Bit of fit stump line there. Good leave from there, Nongoluleko. You can show the skipper's leading from the front there. She wants to lead from the front. You can see she just committed. She wants to stay in there.
I think when someone leads from the front, it also gives the team a lot of confidence to also play the game, because the captain has led by example, don't you think?
Definitely. You looked at I'll keep on doing the last game that I did was the Lions and Tuskers. Dom Hendricks, how he batted as a captain. I think he led from the front, shot the other batters, scored 100, and hundreds kept on following on there. After that, Vians Mulder scored some 100. Connor Esteisen scored the quickest 100 in Van Rensbeck. Hitting the straps again. Loving the first change bowlers from the Garden Route Badgers here. They are hitting the straps. They're hitting those good lengths, making sure that they're just squeezing. That's the only boundary that I saw there that was conceded there by Kayagazi. But other than that, there's been a lot of dot balls and single, not a lot of runs that's been conceded there from the Lions. Touch shot again, got punished again for 4. There was no fine leg. I think fine leg is in there. Another boundary there from Manak now this time.
And again, they make it look so easy. Watch it again. See, it almost... I see that it has a little bit of an in-swing that took it, and I think it's because of the wind.
The moment you miss your length there, you put a bit short. The Lions love the ball coming into them. Better bowling there. It's a wide. I think just the line there is a bit wide, but the length was good there from Van Rensbeck. The moment with the Lions batters, you can see that from their high fold, the moment you miss your length, you bowl a bit shorter, they climb on top of you and they're able to hit you there. But the moment you bowl fuller, I think fuller, it's tough to hit. You're hitting straight to the fielders, it's tough. I think the Badgers bowlers should just keep on bowling it nice. Those fuller lengths with good energies, I think that's where the money is today. Another wide there from Van Rensbeck.
I think Van Rensburg is trying to make up for that in-swing that keeps taking also compensating from the wind as it is blowing towards the offside.
Better length there. Ball straight there from Van Rensbeck. Good defensive block there from Hanak. Lots of Manaks here in the Gauteng region.
I've noticed. I've definitely noticed. Also, did you see the shape of the ball? Absolutely amazing.
Better there from nice. But fuller length there from Van Rensburg. Good defensive block there from Manak. We have 2 Manaks from St. David's. We have Mo Manak already playing for the Lions. He's at the Warriors. So yeah, you can see something that's very cricket. Runs in the blood with the Manaks family. Good length there. Van Rensburg, top of off stump, fourth stump.
And also just missing the outside edge. Watch this.
Good swing there. Missing the outside edge there. You mustn't get bored in that area. I think that's the area you should just keep on bowling and keep your patience there. And make sure that you're hearing it and not getting bored. Don't try to search for wickets. The moment you're starting to search for wickets, that's when you start getting hit for runs.
And it's like we said before, what we want from a bowling pair is those dot-to-dot bowling. I think one thing that we can say in the past 2 overs that have been bowled is that they have let their runs go by, and the team that is batting at the moment hasn't really worked hard in these past 2 overs. It's been a wide, it's been leg buys, it's been rather loose, if I may say. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been, I think, the extras. I'm just worried about the extras. There's been quite a few extras that's been bowled. So just say us, if you can cut the extras out, I think that will help them just to contain a bit. I think the more contain, the more pressure you put, and the more what's when you're going to get your wickets in.
You're definitely right at that. And I think for the runs that they've got up on the score, it is 39 for 1 on the 11th over.
Ooh. Got bowling there from Kayagazi. Got the edge there of Tabete.
And it was just as when I was just describing how they are 39 for 1, and now another wicket has been lost safely in the hands, and the batsman is now gone. Well, it is a very, very well fought spell from Kayakazi. She really did deserve that. It's been tough for her though. Few extras conceded, but definitely a wicket to make up for that, and I'm quite certain that her team is very excited, very happy to see that her bowling has now paid off.
Great bowling there from Kayagazi. Yes, got rewarded there. She took out the dangerous Nongolego Tabete. Now we have our Jenna Evans coming into shed number 17 there, coming to bat for the DP World Lions.
And the Lions really do have some heavy hitters themselves. Evan comes in with 154, runs in this women's Pro 50 series. She also has a 50 under her belt. So I think they'll have to work hard again to make sure that they get this heavy hitter out.
They just have to keep the disciplines. I think the moment you bowl those fuller lands, I think there's definitely get pitches from the wicket. The moment you hit your straps there and you make sure you bowl fuller, you could see the Lions batter is not that disciplined there. They're always fetching that wide ball, and that's when they get the Badgers bowlers are getting rewarded there. There's definitely some moist there on the wicket. There's definitely, you bowl it and you're bowling it nice and full areas. I think there's definitely gonna get some patches there from if you're bowling. So you just make sure that you keep your lines and lengths good, and that will help.
And what I'm seeing from the Badger side, that they are definitely a bowling side.
Or bowl there from Kayagazi. It's a good leave there. The keeper standing up there.
As I was saying, the Badgers are definitely a bowling side. They've got Janssen van Rensburg, who's taken 12 wickets, Zintle Gola sitting at 10 wickets. And those are some of the better bowlers in this Pro Series.
Touch Fuller there again. Make sure just those dot balls are king, man. I think bowling those dot balls, you're building good pressure there. And then you're creating the picture. Looking at the run rate, it's going 3.5. Make sure it doesn't go above 4. I think Badgers will be in a good place. Make sure that the run rate doesn't go above 4. Another good length ball there from Kayagazi. And a block there from Jana. You can see she just wants to get the feel of the wicket and the pace of the wicket. Not really rushing herself. Just getting used to the conditions.
I think Kayakazi has now found her stride. It's as if she just needed a little bit of a warm-up to find her length, to find her pacing. Very tight fielding from the Badgers. As I've said before, I think they are much, much better a fielding side.
Bit windy, yeah. Oh, good bowling there from Kayagazi. I think having a keeper standing up there and just swinging it nicely. He's got a very natural outswing.
Definitely a natural outswing, and I think Kayakazi, like I've said before, has now found her stride. What beautiful over from her, nice and tidy, with the wicket as well. I think one thing that the Lions need to do now is to protect those wickets from falling. Not searching for any runs, putting the bad balls away, and defending the good balls.
Crowd is starting to come in here in Soweto. You can see there's kids there playing on the jumping castle. The mascot is out. A ball there again, another dot ball from Van Rensburg. Very disciplined bowler there, Van Rensburg. You can see why she's one of the leading wicket takers for the Badgers. Just comes in, does a simple thing and puts it in the right areas, waiting for the batsman to make a mistake.
That's exactly it when it comes to Van Rensburg. I think that's one of her strategies, is to bowl dot to dot.
Beautiful. That's the length to talk about. Just bowling it there. Also, Jenna Manak not rushing, just playing the ball on merit.
I think with a bowler like Janssen van Rensburg, pardon me, those dot balls could start to really frustrate a batter.
Another dot there from 3 dots now being bowled there. Make sure that she gets out of the over very well. Not looking to search there, just hitting the straps, hitting the top of off stump. Manak also not really very disciplined batting from her. Anything that's bad and bad bowling, anything that missed your length, she'll get on top of you.
Definitely that's the case when it comes to Manak. Like you've said before, nothing too rushed. I think it is that Lions discipline that's coming to play here, isn't it?
Touch Fuller there. I think that ball is lucky that it didn't get punished there. It's very full. I think Manak still should block that one. I think could have she missed a length there, Van Rensburg.
very surprised myself that one didn't go for 4. Should have been punished. But, you know, as a batsman, you have to play it safe, protecting your wicket.
Another dot ball there. One more ball, I think. One more ball to another dot. And she'll get a maiden over.
Which again is exactly what you're looking for as a bowler, is those maiden overs to put pressure onto the batting team. I'm quite sure Manak and Evans are itching for some runs on the board.
Ooh. A ball there. Good finish there from Van Rensburg. 39 for 2 and 13 overs.
Amazing. One thing I know is that when you are in the middle, to not switch sides and have a maiden could increase the pressure. Definitely so. The run rate at the moment is 3.0 on the dot. I can tell you right now, there is some form of a pressure building. The Badgers are doing very well in reducing the run rate.
Keeper standing up. Kayagas is still coming in.
What I'm taking note from Kayakazi's bowling is that it has this extra bounce where the keeper has to, indeed, like how you pointed out, has to stand up. Otherwise, it just may go past the keeper.
Yeah, I think she has found this chap since the first over. She struggled a bit. There was some few extras wides that she was bowling. It's another wide there from Kayagazi. But she's got third man just picking up that ball. Oh, that might be risky. Oh, missed it. That was very close there. I don't know. There was no communication there from the bearers. But it was not straight enough to the keeper throw.
Very, very, very risky running over there by.
Look at that again. Ooh, that was going to be very close. Another wide and some few extras there. Kayagazi Mate coming back again. Better land and lands there from Kayagazi. Dot ball there. The Lions are taking their time. They're not really. One thing that I feel like that intent. They're not really that intent of looking to score, looking for those singles and runs. Looking at that run rate going at 3 runs and over. Ooh, that's a nice cut shot there. Straight to third man. Oh, got the throw.
Easily placed. It looked so careless, so easy, just guided.
To third man, yeah.
I think you are right with the Lions not really looking for many runs. They're just taking what comes to them, not taking too many risky shots is what I'm seeing as well. A few risky runs though, I must say.
Oh, that's a bit risky, I think. Maybe must be. Kayagazi coming back in again. Sorry, I've touched wider again. Straight to point.
Manak hasn't been able to pierce that side for 4. I know that she's been trying, but every single ball that she's hit that side has really gone directly and straight to a fielder.
You always want to see that intent when the batters are batting. You just want to see, always trying to look to score some runs. Okay, that another Grande. Oh, good running there from the Lions fielders. Batters. You always want to show that you're running hard between the wickets. It's very important when you speak about intent. You're making sure, I'm not saying that you should hit the ball, but show some presence into the wicket. Try to look for runs, playing straight. And also batters not just standing there, just backing up nicely and making sure that they're ready to run for that single. It's a white ball there again from Mo Kayagazi.
I think Kayakazi needs to find her rhythm again and her stride again. I see that a lot of her balls are swinging away, quite violently so, if I may say. That's a lot of swing.
Kayagazi, 3.5 overs. She's gone for 14 runs and managed to get a big stick off Undozake. Nonkoluleko, sorry. Oh, dot ball there. And then we'll take that strength here from Dobsonville Cricket Oval. And the score is 45 for 2 in 14 overs.
14 overs completed, and with that brings the drinks break. As it stands at the moment, the DP World Lions are minus 45 with a loss of
Welcome back to Dobsonville Oval. It is Hollywoodbets, a Pro 50 action. If you're just joining us, a very good day to you. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Homba Mazaleni. Homba, 45 for 2 after being put into bat. Would you say kind of odd and even at this point? 14 overs in, 2 big wickets, but Manak and Jenna Evans having to rebuild.
I think so long as they keep the partnership going between the two of them, I think they're standing a good chance of putting a rather defendable score up the board. I think if they do lose this partnership in the next 4 to 5 overs, I think we're going to have quite a bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's something that they'll definitely want to be mindful of. You have to build to be able to launch. You can't just expect players to just throw their hands at everything if they haven't yet done the hard yards in order to give themselves the confidence of that. Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg will begin the first over after drinks. The thing that has really concerned me, Homba, is the amount of wides that we've seen from the Garden Route Badgers. Such a good bowling outfit, but it almost Seems as though you're wasting opportunities to build pressure when you have 2 or 3 wides in the over. She goes to Rosina Manak. Just driven out and no joy there. But the wides is a real concern for the Badgers. They want to clean things up.
Oh, without a doubt. When it comes to the wides and having a bowling outfit such as the one that the Badgers have, they have some of the top bowlers on the log. And if they continue to give away so many wides, it makes the Lions batters...
Short and hammered away. Anything short here this morning has been suitably punished. And, well, that one will make you smile. That'll go for 4. Manak is taking the lead here in this partnership. A great shot. So when they're not bowling wides, then there's a bit of a freebie there with the short one.
As I was about to say, it's like the Lions make it much, much easier for them to score a lot more runs if they're not tidy with their bowling efforts. Otherwise, it's a good effort from the Badgers.
Rosina Manak has kind of been in and out of the squad this season, playing a second fiddle to the national wicketkeeper Sanalo Jafta. Took 4 catches in one of the early season games, and you almost feel for her because when she has come to the party, she's done the job that the Lions need. It's always difficult when you're playing second fiddle to a national team player. But I suppose credit to her, and she's taken opportunities when they have presented themselves. Change in the field. Nobody's where they shouldn't be. It's just a change of personnel. You go there and I'll go here. A bit of a floating delivery there, and Manak knows she shouldn't be chasing that. Kind of fending at that one, really.
One mistake and it could be going safely into one of the fielders' hands. I think it was just flirting with that outside edge there.
Yeah, just have a look at this delivery again from Janssen van Rensburg. You've highlighted the importance of the lines and lengths, and because especially when you've put a slip in place, you want to bowl to that, and almost against the better judgment of most, they've decided the shortish mid-wicket is the better option rather than the slip. And one is signalled wide by umpire Zubair Saleh. Van Rensburg's hands on her head, but she can only be disappointed with herself, really. 15 overs have been gone, and that brings up the 50 runs. Oh, there's one more, rather, but that does bring up the 50 runs for the DP World Lions.
That's 5 runs conceded in 1 over. I think it's shaping up to be a rather expensive over for Janssen van Rensburg here.
And the end of the 15th eventually makes its way. No? Still one more? Maybe I've miscounted here. Maybe we just miscounted on our side. Umpires not ready to switch ends. 50 for 2 in 15 is one that the Lions will be okay with. I don't think they'll be thrilled about it. Those wickets that have fallen, those of Landsman, who was gone very early, and then Tabete, who'd just started to get things going. Tries to guide that away through that backwards point region. And eventually the 15th over comes to a conclusion. 50 for 2. Falling in love with cricket this weekend, the DP World Lions. There was a bit of a clinic yesterday for some of the girls in the Soweto region. And how about talk us through that? What kind of experience is that for young girls to be able to interact with the DP World Lions? Let's first look at what it means to players at that age group.
I think it's very important to make sure that you interact with, like how you said, players of that great of a magnitude. Because you know what? At the end of the day, you need to be inspired. You need to see yourself reflected in the players that you want to be one day. And I think that it's a massive effort from the Lions to bring down such amazing players to Soweto, because you never know where the next greatest player may come from.
Yeah, what it does, I think it also plants the seed of this could be me, like you said. Change of bowling, Kiara Fisher with some off spin. Got the keeper up, waiting for that stumping. Can they get a wicket here with the change of options? Well, not really likely to cause much concern when you're bowling quite wide. Off spinners have to be tight, and you cannot be short. Got away with a bit of a free one there. Jenna Evans 1 from 10 should have capitalized. In the air, and the shots of catch it were in vain. Almost just chipped it back to her.
It definitely would have been an easy wicket. Look at that. Oh, would have been a terrible way to go out.
Yeah, particularly since she's batting quite slowly. Tucks this away, tries to use the pace of the ball. There's not much on offer here in terms of pace on the ball.
Not at all, actually. I think it's because we've had so much rain here in Johannesburg. Definitely slowed the wicket down.
It's been a strange summer in the sense that, you know, leading up to and through the December period, we've had so much rain that the ground was saturated. And then over the last week or 2 weeks in Johannesburg and the greater surrounding areas, we've had nothing but searing heat. And you mentioned that you've come up from Cape Town. This is not child's play. The South African summer is teaching you lessons. It's one thing to have, you know, mild conditions with a bit of a breeze, but when it's 33, 34 outside, it's a real baptism of fire. They're going to go for a quick one here. There's a shot. The striker's in. Big shot. Umpire's not interested. They really were adamant there, were Evans and Monarch, to try and rotate the striker, and it's probably the right idea. Just not able to convince the umpire.
Like I keep saying, I think the Badgers fielding side is absolutely something to marvel at. I think they're one of the more tighter fielding teams that I've seen in this Pro Series.
16 overs have been completed, 51 for 2. Just the one from that Fisher over. Yes, she was a little bit wayward with her lines, but getting the job done, keeping the lines quiet. And I think that's an indication of the pressure that has been built upon the lines, because you don't want to, as a batting side, feel like you're allowing bowlers to dictate the game to you. It should be the other way around. And so seeing the benefit that bringing the spinner on has brought the Badgers. They're going to continue with some spin.
And I don't know if you've been watching the Lions' previous games. They've been quite attacking when it comes to the bat. So seeing them slow down like this is quite interesting.
The googly first up there. You just see the action, back of the hand. So we've got off spin and leg spin. And just watching the warm-ups, the one criticism maybe that I would have given of Augusta Abrams is she tends to do exactly that. She likes to toss it up. Sometimes you almost need the flatter, quicker one. Maybe that's her variation delivery. That one didn't get the turn. And it's almost a nothing delivery. You cannot bowl leg spin that wide, even if you are bowling the googly. It's not necessarily going to turn square. Much better with her lines. This one not giving any joy to the Lions, and I think that's a concern that the Lions will have. You mentioned about the pace at which the Lions have been structuring their innings. These middle overs have to be better than 1 or 2 to the over. They've got to look to rotate strike, got to look to attack the fielders out on the boundary. Push them force them to turn those ones into twos, or even those balls that you might have thought were dots to be one. It's almost like they're falling into the trap, falling into the plan. 17 overs gone, 52 for 2, and just another one from that over.
I think that's exactly that. I think they are falling into the trap. Their innings have been slightly slower now that they've reached the middle overs, and I think they need to start picking up the pace, picking up that intentionality when it comes to being a little bit more aggressive with the bat. And not to say that they need to start throwing hands at everything that comes their way, but no, they need to be a little bit more intentional in terms of how they play, finding the gaps around the field.
And there are options for them to rotate the strike. You know, if I'm looking around the park, deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, hit it to those players and run. And that one's wide from Fisher to start. The clinics, not only do they give an opportunity for young girls to see the future, but the valuable skills that these players learn at this level are shared, and so the players then can say, you know what, I'm almost reminded of my responsibility as a player representing my side. Down the ground. That'll be a valiant effort in the deep there, but it'll go for 4. Good intention there to try and cut it off, but the timing was excellent, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Just look at this one again. As soon as you beat the inner ring fielder, it'll go away.
I must say, though, it was quite a slow outfield. That ball took its time to get to the boundary.
Oh, she thought about coming down the wicket there. Bit of cat and mouse, bit of mind games.
And that's how they get you. That cat and mouse game, that's how they get you. You know, you had mentioned the clinics. I'm one who comes through the clinics that came through from border cricket. And, you know, it serves as an inspiration, especially as a young girl, to see people playing cricket at such a beautiful high level.
Tries to sweep that. Finds 45. Not able to get it away.
And I know when the clinics go to the rural areas, and I'm from the Eastern Cape, so we need those clinics that far out. They serve, like I said before, as an inspiration. And they serve as an inspiration, and I can tell you right now, you never know where the next cricketer is going to come from. And I think it's really important that these initiatives keep happening.
18 overs have been completed, 57 for 2. Well, certainly, and through initiatives like this Hollywoodbets Pro Series, it means that players are given the opportunity to not only play with a contract behind their name, but also to be shown to the world and possibly get some opportunities in the 100, the WBBL, you know, the WPL, and most importantly for the national side. This is where your performances need to translate for the national side. Augusta Abrams in again, and there's a single there as this one's driven out.
You know, when it comes to the women's game, it's come quite far. To see it so formalized is something that is absolutely amazing. And, you know, it allows young girls to fall in love with the game at a much younger age.
It's a good bit of fielding off her own bowling there. I think you've indicated and highlighted the most crucial gap, I think, in women's cricket is a lot of the players are only picking it up at 11, 12 or 13. The more youngsters you have joining in the game from an early age. Bit of extra flight there. Flicks this away off her pads. They'll look for one and strongly consider the second. Good throw in there from the deep to dislodge the bails. When you have then players that are starting at the younger age, at the KFC mini cricket level, it then just means that the skills that you learn playing cricket are more ingrained from a much younger age.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, in terms of the pipeline, it also gives the selectors at the top a much bigger pool because the talent comes in when they're a lot younger. I mean, playing for what was known then as the Bakers mini cricket, there weren't many young girls, but what I'm seeing now that the young girls have their own league.
Oh dear, that is seriously wayward. And a good bit of fielding down there in the deep, and to only get 2 from it. Just looking at the square leg umpire, I thought for a moment that he might signal no ball. Just have a look at this one again. My word, she's almost swatted that off her nose. Surprised the umpire's not given that one. Yeah, the footwork was all wrong there from Manak. Her shoulder had opened as if she was going to play quite straight, and then the ball wasn't in that right line. She needed to get behind the ball and look to attack in that way.
I think that's what they get you with spin bowlers. They play...
It's wayward and wide.
It's playing mind games, really, is what it is. That time where the ball's in the air for that long, too many decisions can be made, and that's how they get you.
Swept and swept confidently, just for the single. That's, I think, something that the Lions got right in this over. 19 overs have been completed, 63 for 2. A much better over for the Lions because they rotated the strike. They didn't let the Badgers kind of just settle in and bowl line and length, and we're not really sure what we're going to do. So they took those 2 overs from each of the spinners, give it a bit of more of a reticent look to say, okay, we're going to see how you go, and then we're going to make our decision of how they look to be more positive and more proactive.
Oh, definitely. And I think Evans and Manak have settled in quite nicely here. They've got a partnership of 25 runs. And Manak has faced 49 balls and Evans has faced 28 balls. So I think they're starting to build quite a rhythm, don't you think?
I think this over is going to be a crucial one for the Lions. If they can keep up that momentum from the previous over, it could really be the start of something enjoyable for local fans. Fisher in again. And you can understand why they've gone with spin from both ends, because when we've seen the seam bowlers come through, that there's a bit of inconsistent bounce. Some of it's rolling through to the wicketkeeper. Other times it's just taking off from a length. And the key here for the spinners is not looking to turn the ball all that much, but it's the pace control. Because when you're able to control your pace, you bowl a little bit slow, a little bit slow, a little bit slow, and then the quicker one, you surprise batters, and then you can pick up your wickets. The magic ball is the one that comes from the variation. Vinod Philander often speaks about the 4th ball. He prefers that to be the magic ball, so to speak. You set a batter up. She's bowled 3 balls in a row now. Decent pace. Now if she bowls the quicker one or the slow one, that's when you see the batters make the decision to say, okay, I'm going to force things because now I know I'm halfway through the over. I've not gotten a run. And then you've almost forced batters to make that decision. I have to score runs. And when you bowl the quicker one, because they're expecting the same 3 that they've got, or the slower one, that's when you can trap them either LBW or maybe through the gate or a mistimed shot into the air.
And I think it plays to that mental toughness of the batters. It's making sure that you just play the ball where it's meant to go and not fall.
Too much flight there from Fisher. Salia does the fielding. And only 2 from it thus far. 1 ball remaining in the 20th.
And not to fall for that trap because they will set you up, the spin bowler.
That's carved away nicely. It's a very good stroke. Utilizing a bit of extra pace there. Just the 1 from it. 3 from the over. 20 overs done. 66 for 2. We've been spoiled, Homba, because I got you this morning and thought, oh goodness, we're going to get about 3 overs in. It was gloomy and grim and miserable, but you know, the man upstairs loves us because look at the glorious sunshine that we're sitting in here at the Dobsonville Oval.
I was genuinely convinced that we would just get about 10 overs, but it's clearing up quite nicely, building up for a beautiful day of cricket. And I think even the middle's starting to dry out.
You almost then feel validated as a captain having decided to bowl first, because if it does dry out, it will make batting a little bit easier later on when your opposition is having to keep things tidy. Just one from that one. So important to start the over with some energy and some gusto. The Lions have got to look to almost transfer the pressure onto the Badgers, because the Badgers, barring that one over, seem to be all too casual, all too confident, all too calm. Takes a bit of a ricochet as this one goes down the boundary to the boundary for 4. That's much better from the Lions. Almost a brutish shot there from Jenna Evans. It's gone for 4.
And I think, as we've noted before, David, is the amount of loose balls and wides that they've bowled. I think the Badgers are actually quite a formidable side when it comes to their fielding. However, I think they are let down by those looser balls, because they have been able to put up the pressure when it comes to the Lions side.
Yeah, it makes things difficult. You can't really field if your bowlers aren't bowling the ball that is necessary for you to kind of assist them. In that instance, a much better delivery there from Augusta Abrams.
And I must say, the Lions are starting to free up their hands a bit here, starting to rotate that strike. Already in 1 over.
Missed opportunities with full tosses. Jenny Evans 13 from 32. Manak 26 from 55.
In that 1 over, it's 5 runs from Augustus, and I think let's see what happens next.
It's good use of flight. Good use of flight. Just dipping right at the last moment there. 21 gone. 71 for 2.
What do you think the conversation is at the middle at the moment?
What I would want the conversation to be, or what do I think the conversation is? Because I imagine that there's some digression from the two.
Fair, I hear you. I still think, well, in my personal opinion, I think the conversation in the middle is let's keep rotating that strike. Let's keep the runs ticking. They are at the 21st over, so that's exactly what they want. And the partnership runs are at 33 runs. So they're not doing too bad.
It's a glorious stroke. My word, that was something beautiful. Just held up here in the deep. They'll get 2 for it. Maybe just a confident stroke. And I think that's what I want the conversation to be, is we need to start the over strong. We need to keep the pressure up and not feel as though we can just go back into our shells. There's opportunities to hit the pockets. I will explain that in a second. Just leaves that one alone, and it's wide. To hit the pockets, what I mean by that is there are pockets in the field that you can hit. So as we saw the first ball of the over, there is a bit of a gap between extra cover and cover. There are fielders out on the leg side in the deep. Hit those areas and run the first one hard, because you don't know where the fielding mistake could come from. And so if you're going to create pressure and sustain pressure, that's the key. Is number one, we've got to be positive on the first delivery of the over. Transfer everything back on the bowler. And then sustain that by getting 1s and 2s to the over. There's no indication necessarily that a team has to go absolutely mad for the entire 50 over period. But giving yourself that opportunity from overs 35 onwards is built on the fact that you are in a position of power in terms of the momentum of the game. And how you play those shots, because they are not creating the pace that comes off the bat, the spinners. You as the batter have to say, okay, I know that if I hit it to so and so, you'll know the fielders you can target. If I hit a little bit softer, I know I can scream through for a single. I know that if I hit it to one player or another, if they pick it up on their left-hand side, I'm in trouble. If they pick it up on their right, I've got a second extra. And so that's the proactivity that you're looking for from your batters in a one-day game in the middle overs. End of the 22nd over. There'll be a commentary change as Ayamioli joins me in the box. Homa, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you a little bit later.
See you later.
75 for 2 after they were put into bat. There's been spin twins from both ends here at the Dobsonville Cricket Oval. Falling in love with Hollywoodbets Pro50 action. They're all playing for that all-important final on the 15th of March. Remember, the Hollywoodbets Pro20 final is going to be under lights 6 p.m. on the 13th of March. A first for women's cricket in South Africa. As Amayoli takes a seat next to me, I want to get your thoughts on what that means for the ladies. First ball of the over is a dot. What difference would it make for these ladies having played all of their T20 cricket during the day versus now in the final, wherever that may be? You now have to play under lights. What are the considerations that they may need to have? Oh dear, wayward delivery. Again, the umpire suggesting that was going to pass through a safe level. I'm surprised at this one. Have a look at this one again. She's almost played it from her nose. She has played it from her nose. So I'm struggling to see the umpire's point of view. I'm not the one in red out in the middle, so I can just ask the question.
That looked...
Let's talk about the game under lights. What's the difference between playing under lights versus day games? My apologies.
I think nothing much. I would say it's just you're just playing in the dark. But we've got these LED lights that are doing well. You might want to get there before practice the day before at night, or have a net session at night. And then that all way probably do some fielding also, just get used to the light. But yeah, other than that, we don't really have a Q factor that you'd see that for a bit of Q and all those kind of things like you're playing in India or somewhere.
Flicked away off the pads, and they want a second, but they're not going to get it.
And yeah.
Well, if they play in Durban, is there a concern of dew factor?
Yes,
under
Durban definitely is. I played there for a bit. There's always this humidity and that dew later on under lights. That's something that you can consider. But usually in the high fault, or you go to the coastal, you go to play in PE or Cape Town, there won't be much. And also it's still summer. There won't be much changes that you'd really see. But also these lights that they've put in, I think CSA has spent over 300 million on these new LED lights in all the stadiums. I think they're doing a great job.
Getting ready for the 2027 World Cup. 2 from the over, 23 gone, double sevens, 77 for 2. So because that is a reality in terms of the One Day Cup, that they are playing on a Sunday, so it's a day game, no problem. But the T20 competition, that's something that they have to get used to. The difference between playing in the day versus a day-night game, or even a night game in the case of that Pro 20 final, that fielding under lights is a novel experience. It's not something that you would have experienced before, having not necessarily played all that much under lights. It's hammered with some confidence. It takes a bit of a ricochet, but it'll go all the way to the boundary for 4. Valiant attempt, but in vain, as that one goes to the boundary.
That's great stuff there from the Lions. 77 for 2. That run rate is going a bit. It's Coming up, the Lions are starting to play a bit of, we spoke about intent. I think they're starting to get the feel of things now, trying to get bat on ball.
What was your preference, Aya? Did you prefer to play the day games or the day-night ones?
There's, I think, day-night games, there was some energy that you just usually get from day-night games. You'd feel like playing at night at the Wanderers or playing at, remember there used to be also Ram Slam.
Excellently timed. She just comes down the ground and absolutely hammers it. It trickles into the boundary and eventually gets there. And I think the signal will eventually come. There it is. But that was good timing. She just got to the pitch of the ball. Nearly was a return catch, but that'll go away. And most welcome. Jenna Evans on the run here.
Great stuff from the Lions. Partnership. Some 47 runs there.
The other thing to consider, Aya, is when you have a day-night game, more of the fans make their way through to the stadium. They want to come watch, and knowing that it'll be a final as well. Just tucked away neatly for the single. That's also something that they would consider because, most of the day games, Saturday and Sunday, maybe there's not as many fans, and suddenly when that noise level picks up, it's going to be a completely almost alien experience for some of the players.
Yeah, it's
Again comes down the ground, hits it a little bit wider of that long off, and good running means that they get through safely.
It's great running there. Yeah, I mean, I think there's some energy with at night cricket. Also, people want to come in and maybe on a Friday night and just come and watch some cricket. Families, probably they tired from the long week, and then they just come and just chill and watch some cricket. And I think it's a great initiative. It's great for women's cricket. In creating that. I think our Protea women's are already playing day-night games, so they've got a bit of experience there on that side. But it's great for our domestic structures that the guys.
Too wide again from Fisher. This is now becoming a really expensive over. It's 11 from it, and she's still got one in the chamber.
I think it's very good for them to play.
Didn't quite get the timing that she wanted. 24 overs have been completed. It's 88 for 2. You've highlighted something important and you've zoned in for me nicely. Number one, it's a final because remember in previous years, it's just whoever finished on top of the log was the de facto winner. And now an opportunity presents itself for a final, a one-off final, if you will. But it gets the players excited for a goal, really. It's not like your league fixture. It has that added element to it. They're playing under the lights. A special moment for those players.
And also to make the if you're wanting to play for the Proteas, you can't be playing day cricket and then now you get your first debut. It's under lights. I think that's a lot of pressure to you when you're coming from a domestic structure. I think once you're used to playing in a day-night game and then you just get a promotion or you get selected to go play for the Proteas, it's something that you're used to in terms of pressure and all those things. I think it will be better for you. Just
short and hammered away. Again, umpire's not really bothered. And it'll be one. Lovely 50-run partnership for Rosina Manak and Jenna Evans. A couple of these wayward deliveries from Augusta Abrams. Control from the leg spinner needs to be much better. So, when they came together, there was some genuine concern for the Lions. And now 50 up. It's a good follow-up. Good follow-up there from Augusta Abrams.
Just checking the Augusta Abrams. I think while she's bowling those 4 balls, she's not really finishing her action. She's just leaving it the halfway. I think that's why she's not really bowling it and going through his action. We look at her coming again.
Yeah, what I is talking about there is the rotation of the body. when you bowl leg spin, let's look at this one again. When you are bowling leg spin, you have to get your whole body through, and she's almost holding back, and that's why she's relying on that right arm to try and get it through the crease. The left arm and the hips are the hard workers there. Nearly got the outside edge.
You can look at the left arm is really not working. The left part of the body is really not working. It's only the right hand side working. From the action starting, look at it's not really working a lot. It's just the one side, the right hand side working, and then there's not gonna be enough consistency in a bowling.
Another over has come to a conclusion. We're halfway through this innings, and the conversation now almost shifts, Aya, to ask the question of, well, what do you suspect is a good enough score at 89 for 2 halfway through?
Yeah, I think anything above 200 to 200 to halfway there, I think we can 240. I think we haven't really lost 2 wickets down. I think if carry on like this till the 35th over, and then we'll assess from there. But now I think the batters should just try to just keep on batting. Around 34 or 35th over, we can assess and see where we take it. But I'm happy with the way they're going. They're going.
Yeah, much better line and length there from Fisher.
And yours? Thoughts?
You know, it's always difficult having no real reference of this ground. I think the key to the success of the Lions achieving the goal that you have set there, you know, that anywhere between 230 and 260 or even 270, is this partnership, because they have, you know, batters still in the shed, and these two are going along nicely. You know, that partnership really shifting the momentum for the DP World Lions. Manak on 32, Evans on 25. And this is where, or 24 rather, and this is where that opportunity to really put the opposition under pressure presents itself. You want to give yourself every opportunity of achieving such a high score, because you want to do as little work in the field as possible as this one's pulled away onto the onside. Because I'm sure you're, as a bowler, you would be sitting there in the change room thinking, you know, give it a good go so that I only have to bowl, you know, out of my 10, maybe 4 or 5. You want to bowl, but at the same time, you don't necessarily want to have to bowl the full quota of overs.
Shot.
Swept very well. They're going to run back for the second here. And just the placement was everything there.
Just enjoying, like you can see there's 2 batters there. The intensity has changed since they got in. Look at the partnership. I think that's the first partnership over 50 there. And the intensity has changed. How they're going through their business. The intent, we spoke about intent and the intensity of the run. They're running a lot. They're looking for gaps. They're looking to score. I felt like earlier on we didn't really have that. I think guys were just, you know, it was a new ball. Now the ball is a bit old. Now there isn't much movement, and also it's not overcast anymore. The sun's out. So yeah, just keep on going and let's keep on rotating the strike and punishing those bad balls. I think just keep it simple, the basics that you spoke about, and I think they're doing very well there.
End of the 26th, it's 94 for 2. Run rate 3.6 to the over at the moment. The Lions batters just taking a quick drink. Rosina Manak has been crucial here for the Lions. 33 from 65. She's been ably supported by Jenna Evans. It almost seems at the moment for me, Aya, that the game is drifting a little bit. Not necessarily that it's drifting away from one side or the other, but it almost seems that they are contented going through the motions. It doesn't seem like either one really wants to push the game in a certain direction. The Badgers not really pushing for a wicket. The Lions not really going after the bowlers.
They're a bit defensive there from the Lions, I think. But these two batters have...
Full toss, swatted away. There is protection down there in the deep. And there's a near miss at the striker's end, and it is a miss in communication. Jenna Evans, I just said that the game is almost drifting and it's floating and nobody really wants anything. Clear indication that it wasn't a second available. Jenna Evans left stranded as Manak sends her back and she's out, run out. Well, that's a bit of a wicket against the run of play.
Yeah, it's a good throw there from the Badgers fielder. Was at deep square. Miscommunication there again. We've seen that a little bit there. Lions have been lucky with the other runouts, but now I think there's been great communication there from the Lions batters.
Yeah, Jenna Evans has got to go. She's gone for 27 from 54. 94 for 3. And the new batter to the crease, Sunette Viljoen-Louw. They're going to take a quick drink as the wicket falls. Looks like there's some treatment for Manak. So we'll be with you in just a few minutes as they take a bit of a refreshment break. The experience is what replaces Jenna Evans. Sunette Viljoen-Louw, been around cricketing circles for more than 25 years. Well, this is a real situation in which she enjoys it. She hits the ball so hard straight, and I wonder if the Badgers will be aware of that in their field placements. That's exactly what I was talking about. Immediately the first ball is hit straight and hit with some confidence. It almost seemed like there was no need to go for the second, no need to force something. Senseless, really.
Yeah, that's right. I think they were rotating the strike very well. I think they were batting well. And then the bowler, they're not consistent with their length. So there was always that full ball that you can punish for 4. I think there was not really a need for a second run there.
It's a better length to Sunette Viljoen-Louw. And the decision as well, following that first ball, to let long on drift out of the inner circle. Comes down the wicket and hits it with power, but Augusta Abrams able to get behind it. A wicket maiden. 27 overs have been completed. 95 for 3.
Yeah, I think the game is in the middle now, as I see it. I think the Lions, the Badgers, probably happy with what they've done. 27 overs, 95 runs. The run rate is going to 3.5 per noon. Very consistent there, around 3.5. Hasn't been anything above 4 runs and over. Just have to keep consistency.
I think the key here is with the inclusion or insertion rather of Sonet Viljoenlo into this game, the boundary count may begin to rise.
Sonet, she's played quite a few sports.
Yeah, javelin as well. Or she obviously went to the Olympics and medaled at the Olympic Games, Beijing 2008. I mean, she went to the World Cup in 2000 for the Proteas, so she's been around. She knows exactly what is expected at this level. Just loves to play sport, loves to be involved. She's a great advocate of women's cricket as well. I know she's been coaching in and around Johannesburg.
Great to have experience like that in your setup.
But sometimes lacking though in domestic structures.
Someone who can guide the younger players and also be able to mentor in terms of how do you go about your game. It takes time as a cricketer to really understand what you're doing, but at a certain age that's when you start understanding.
In the air, has she got it? She seems confident. And she's been given out. Rosina Manak left devastated. Wow, we just hit it straight back to the bowler. Manak is not happy with the umpire. Just have a look at this one again. We didn't have the fortune of an angle from the other side. She's hit it there.
Let's go.
And umpire gives it out. Bang, bang for the Dragons. Manak's got to go.
2 wickets, 2 quick wickets there from the Garden Route Badgers. Much needed 2 wickets there. It's 95 for 4.
And after the game has sort of drifted, really. The Badgers getting the impetus there. And it shows, you know, that old adage of 1 becomes 2 is perfectly executed here, because that run out has now brought about the second wicket.
Great stuff there from the Badgers. I think now Lions will come back and consolidate here and get things built again. Create another partnership.
And all that hard work of building a partnership is now gone because of a senseless decision. Rasiba Ntozake, the new batter to the crease. She's got a steep task ahead of her. The T20 captain, Slice as she's known affectionately. Danger with the ball, but she's got to do a job with bat in hand. The Lions 4 down now for 95. And the spinners are on top here in Dobsonville.
Very experienced players now on the wicket.
The Lions are going to need every single element of experience that is available to them. 28 overs gone, 95 for 4. What then becomes the conversation with sort of mini collapse, Aya? What?
As I was saying, you have your Proteas, and then you look at the Lions, how many Proteas they have. They probably got like 9 or 10 Proteas in their setup. And then those 10 guys, when they come down to play in the domestic setup, in the provincial setup, look at how much teachings are they giving to the kids that are coming. Your Richard Seletswanes, your younger boys that are just rocked up into the Lion setup. And they just feeding off from that energy that comes straight from the Proteas. And you look at the teams like your Tuskers, it's tough to even see a Protea in that team, and then you can see the intensity, how they play. I'm not just saying intensity in the games, also intensity at practice, how they do their things in practice, how they carry themselves, and how they, even outside the field. So that's a good teaching that you feed off from the guys that are playing on top in your national level.
Absolutely. Change of bowling now. We're going back to some seam up. Lucian Swartz. And an opportunity for me to make way as Homba makes a return.
Come back, Homba. Molo sisi.
Molo bhuti.
Kunjani?
Uhle kunjani?
Phela nami. Sakwamkela akhona.
Hayi siyabulela.
Oh, that's a great shot there from. Got single there from. Slice. We usually call him Slice there.
Well, the Lions have rather picked up the intensity. As you guys have been saying before, it's as if they're starting to wake up that it is now the 30th over and they need to start rotating that strike. And they've been doing that quite beautifully as well.
Oh, that's a dot ball there. Great lands and lands there from Annika Swartz.
And I was quite worried that the runouts were starting to introduce a little bit of uncertainty in the Lions' batting setup. But it seems like they've recovered well, don't you think?
That's a good run there from Yun. Always looking to find gaps there for Yun. Playing the line of the ball nicely and trying to come with good intensities between the wickets. I think that's one thing we lacked there. Not looking, that intent is very important. I think looking for those singles. If you're not getting boundaries, make sure you're running well between the wickets. Good strike rotation there from the two batters.
I think you are definitely right. With the introduction of Phil Yoon, there's been so much more running between the crease, between the wickets, and it's brought that intensity that was lacking before in the previous overs. It's bumped up the run rate to 3.5 and carried the Lions through to over the 100 mark. So the introduction of Phil Yoon has been rather significant.
That's right. You can see what you say. You don't buy experience, huh? You really need experience. You don't buy experience from Willies.
Definitely. This experience is not bought. And I think just having her in the middle has also just given some confidence to the team, to the players, to go out there and play the game that they know. And we know the Lions to be rather aggressive, and we can start to see what they're up to right now, rotating that strike, making sure to look for those gaps, and they've been really intentional about it now.
I think they need a good partnership here. I think, as we were saying, with the question there with the run out, I think that opened a gap for SWD to come on top of the game. I think if we didn't really lose, there was a good communication between the wickets. Spinner comes back again, a bit too full there. I think they didn't pay the line of the ball there, Slice. Dozake. I think, look at the communication between wickets, that after that, those two batters had a partnership of over 50 runs. And then after that, just by a run out, and then it created an opportunity for them, a sniff for SWD to come back in. And that created another wicket loss for the Lions. Now we're sitting at 108 for 4. We would have been sitting at 108 for 2 if that communication was done properly.
You're definitely right with that, that there was a little bit of a break in communication which toppled a couple of wickets. Well, it was a small topple at that, but definitely caused a little bit of a stumble there in the batting lineup. But it's good to see that they've recovered well I'm actually quite interested to see what the Badgers are going to do now to start putting up that pressure. The Lions starting to look a little bit more comfortable. Taking those quick singles.
That was a quick single there from Slice. Subtle touch and go there from man.
Look at that. Look at that running between the wickets. You can start to see they're really starting to get into their stride. They're a lot more comfortable than they were before, and it's very important, especially in this point of the game, to get those runs ticking over.
It's definitely right. Just have to try get those dot balls out the way now. Trying to make sure that we're looking for runs. We're looking for those singles, running those singles and twos. It's fine if you're not getting boundaries, but then we'll get those bad balls, then we're going to get our boundaries. But in terms of dead ball counts, we need to cut the dot ball count. Try to look exactly like that. Played on the offside for another single there from the experience for Leon.
And it's a lot of pressure now building up from the Badgers. On their side, their fielding needs to be a little bit more tighter. The bowling needs to be a lot more tighter, a lot more line and length. Deliveries that are well thought out. And
okay, there it's we're gonna take drinks there. Second drinks. And 32 overs. The score is 110. 4 wickets down. The run rate is going at 3.5. Razina Manak, highest scoring one there, is on 34 of 73 balls. Jenna Evans, 27 of 54. That was good partnership between the two. Just got broken by the run out. And Dozake Tabete, 11 runs there. And Dozake Rasibe is on 9 runs. Zintle Kula has been the pick of the bowlers. One wicket, 8 runs. And 3 wickets. And Kayamate, 1 wicket, 14 runs, and 4 overs.
Zintle Kula has been rather surprising in this Pro Series. She sits now at 10 wickets. And it's been beautiful to watch her deliver her balls. It's been really on the money. Delivering good lines, good lengths, being rather consistent when it comes to her play.
That's right. That's We're back there from drinks. It's a quick run again there from Fulyon. Can send there's a bit of intent. There's a message from the coach. You can see how they started off there. There's always a wicket after drinks. Make sure that we don't lose that wicket there.
And Swart really came in with that intensity. You can tell right now.
Oh, that's a good shot there. Testing. Great fielding there and a good throw.
Good change in bowling, and seeing the conditions now, I'm quite certain that the pitch has already dried up, bringing in a medium pacer, Annika Swart.
Very skitty bowler, Swart. Good running there from the Lions ladies there. Think they're always now, they can see they're looking to run each and every ball. They're looking for runs on the board there, having them at 32 overs. This is 33rd over, 113 runs.
You can definitely feel the intensity of the game has shifted between the both of the teams. I wonder what the conversation was during the drinks break.
Probably, I think our coach, been worked with Coach Sandile. I think he loves intensity. A guy who loves. I think it's probably saying, make sure you don't lose any wickets. You guys take a dip, and make sure that you other guys, each and every ball you're looking to run, cut the ball count. What a shot there! Oh, that's a catch there. Try to hit it in the air there by Dozaki, and it was caught there by mid-on. Just lost a wicket there, and a wicket there for the Garden Route Badgers.
It's as if you called it yourself. You said a wicket would be taken after the drinks break, and just like that, it is now caught. Always a topple after drinks break, and really does shift the momentum of the game.
Definitely. I think there's always a wicket after drinks breaks. You just have to see that first over off, and make sure they get back into the thick of things. That little break can switch. You can switch off there. You need to come back and switch on again. I think that transition is very important. That you make sure you adapt again and just stick again and build again.
I think you're definitely right. That interruption in momentum does something to the batsman's mindset, really does disrupt it, and we've seen it right here. That's exactly what happened. We've got Faye Cowling coming in, and it is 113 for 5 on the 32nd over.
I remember Clay played for JP Young Girl. It was still at school. Promising cricketer. Lot of talent.
Definitely so. I also think that this is a very crucial over. Another fallen wicket right now could change the momentum of the game. And you also see the bowling there of that right arm medium pacer, Annika Swart, doing something absolutely incredible. Again, a replay of what the wicket that toppled. Definitely the change of bowling has done something to this side, and I wonder what's going to happen in the next couple of overs. A partnership is quite crucial at the moment to keep that run rate up. At the moment, the run rate is sitting at 3.4, and they've been doing quite well, the Lions, in terms of just changing those runs, making sure that we get those singles, and they've been quite aggressive at that go.
Kiara Fisher coming back again. Bowling on the offside. Fulyon looking to put bat on ball.
I think, as you guys have said before, we are looking for a batter to anchor the game.
Tempting. Close there. It's great folding there from Potter.
Definitely a good fielding side they are, the Badgers, and it really does put that pressure on the Lions to really make sure that they pierce through the gaps.
It's a quick run there. And the offside there from Sonny.
Like we said before, with the introduction of Phil Yoon, we've seen a lot more of an aggressive stance when it comes to the Lions. They've been changing the batsmen, making sure they're running through and between the wickets.
Definitely, you can see how her body language, even the Phil Yoon, how she's carrying herself. She's got a bit of presence there in the wicket. She wants to get things going. You can see how she carries herself. Her body language talks a lot. You can see she was here she means business. Body language is very important in the stage of the game, and like in any stage of the game. You have to make sure that you've got presence there on the field. Wherever you've got the ball in the hand, you've got the bat in the hand. You have to make sure that there's a bit of presence that you're showing, that you hear, that you're on the pitch, that you hear to win the game for your team. Exactly what I'm saying here for Phil Yoon. Defense.
And I think the word of the day has been intentionality, like you've said before, just having that presence, making sure that you are felt on the field so that when you find your rhythm and your stride, you know exactly where to place the ball, and you can always create opportunity for your team.
It's a good shot there. Miscommunication there again in the middle. But a misfill there from Kayagazi.
And you saw that Cowling was already halfway through, running down the pitch, and it was really a miscommunication over there.
If there was no misfill there, we'll be saying something else now, eh? But good recovery and good. So that's the 34th over. We're 16 overs away for the 50th over. So now 16 overs to go. We still have Swartz coming back in to bowl. Swartz open the bowling. Just keep on bowling those dots there by Swartz, making sure that you keep bowling those good areas, putting pressure on the Lions batters. The more dot balls you bowl, until that's when you're gonna get the batters trying to try to hit the ball, and that's when you can get a wicket. Just have to make sure that you still stick to your lengths, and just make sure you're building that pressure, and the batters can crack.
Well, you're definitely right there with creating those, making sure that you're bowling the correct lines and lengths when it comes to the bowlers. It gives them a lot more pressure when they do bowl those correct lines and lengths, and that's what Swat has been doing here. Must say, a very interesting turn of weather. Quite impressed. I thought we'd only play 10 overs, but it seems like we're going to go all the way through this time around. Really expected some showers, but Johannesburg has been kind.
Swartz coming back again. That is just on the leg side. And umpire will signal a wide there, and some bars, 2 bars there. It's been quite a few extras on today's game from the Badgers.
Definitely so, and uncomfortably so. I think the Badgers have actually played a really good game of cricket, but unfortunately they have just let so many loose balls go by, if it's not from not hitting the correct lines and lengths or just from bowling too many extras.
It's another dot there from Swart. On the other side of the Yuski River, it's raining. I think play hasn't started the last time I heard. And yeah, we have our sun's out. Prince Centurion.
It is such an interesting place, Johannesburg. How is it possible that we have blue skies and just a couple of kilometers away that it's pouring down with rain?
It's a full toss there. Driven. Been hit nicely there by Faye. Straight to the fielder. And that will go for no run. Just have to look for runs there from the Lions side. I think just definitely have to find a way. Good shot there. Back foot. Oh, misfield there. And that will be a run. You really don't need this in this stage of the game. You need to make sure that you keep on squeezing and make sure that you get in those dot ball. I think the bowler is not happy there with their fielders.
Definitely at this stage of the game, dot balls are crucial. I think at the moment the Badgers are shaping up to lose their little bit of a mindset shift. I really need them to tighten up. They've had this game good in hand, and I think they're starting to let go.
Good shot there. And we'll go for one run.
I think at the moment the Badgers are allowing easy runs to be conceded, and I need them to tighten up and to bowl less freebies is what I'll call them. They're easy runs.
That's right, freebies, yes, definitely. That's what you call them.
Because they've squeezed the Lions team up. I mean, for them to only score 121 for 5 in the 35th over, they've held their own. So I think in these last overs, mindset is a very key word for them. They need to shape up and sharpen up, and I think they need to realize the importance of these last overs. But the Joburg sun is unforgiving, and I think that I think fatigue is starting to play its toll on the players at the moment.
Zintle Kula, the spearhead of the attack, coming back in to bowl his second spell. You can see probably the message is Zintle. Now you come as a strike bowler, try to get wickets for us.
Definitely the attack dog. Maybe she's looking for her 11th wicket.
Oh.
Danger!
Another run out there from the Badgers. Miscommunication there, not enough. Another run out there.
As I
the communication between the wickets hasn't been great there from the Lion side. It's 2 run-outs gone.
As I've said, the attack dog, Zintle, looking for her 11th wicket, and she has definitely found it. And we see the celebration from the Badgers women, and rightfully so. That was a beautifully bowled ball, right on the money, right on the line. And now she's chasing Janssen van Rensburg, who's only got 12 wickets. Zintle Kula at the moment has 10 wickets. Pardon me there, 11 wickets. Doing very well for herself. Look at that. Miscommunication. And unfortunately, like I've said before, the miscommunication in terms of running between the wickets for the Lions has introduced uncertainty.
Faye's not looking very happy there. Walking fast. Shaking his head. Hope we don't hear any things that are going to get thrown there in the changing room. No bats and helmets are going to get thrown.
Hopefully not. We know Faye to be a rather level-headed player, don't you think?
I don't really know her. I remember her when she was still a schoolgirl. Then the time I coached at Old Ed's, the women's side. So yeah, you never know what's growing up. And
well, I think you are correct. But we've got our attack dog at the moment, Zintle Kula.
Zintle Kula back into the attack opened up, got a wicket, was able to get a run out. It's a wide ball there. Just the amount of extras. I think the Badgers coach is probably not happy with the amount of extras that they've considered.
Definitely. I wouldn't be too impressed in terms of the amount of extras that have been conceded by the Badgers side. They've played a really good game of cricket, but unfortunately, with all those extras that they've conceded, have made it a little bit of a looser game. Could have been tighter in terms of the score. Could be easily sitting at 1-1-10.
They've conceded over 28 extras there. The Badgers. 28 extras have been considered.
Well, it could be 28 extras that could cost them the game. But we'll see in the next innings.
Good lines and lengths there from Zintle Kula. Bowling well there.
Zintle's really starting to flirt with that outside edge. Coming really close to it, but not finding it. Khomotso really needs to be careful. I think Zintle's found her line and length very, very comfortably at the moment.
Good lines and lengths there from Zintle again. Missing.
A little walk away by Khomotso. I'm telling you right now, Zintle is starting to sniff a little closer. The line and length is getting a lot tighter, and I can feel the pressure from here, from Khomotso's side. Is Zintle looking for her 12th wicket?
Another wide there. A max 29 extras in the game. Considered by the Badgers. You really don't have to try to force things here on the stage of the game. I think they've done well here at the Badgers, getting the Lions 123 for 6. You just have to still keep on your lines and wait for the batters to make that mistake.
You're definitely right there. And if you look at where the Lions are sitting in terms of the log, they are doing really, really well. And the Badgers are already giving them a run for their money. They're sitting at number 1, and the Badgers were sitting a lot lower down. And for a score to be 123 for 6 at the 35th over, they are really, really pressing them.
It's a single there from Khomotso.
I think it would make Zintle an absolute standout of a bowler if she had to reduce the amount of wides that she concedes. Because if you look at the over that she bowled right now, there was a wicket and a whole lot of wides. I think it could easily be about 2 wides, don't you think?
Yeah, she considered, she bowled two wides. And we said we've got like 29 or 29 extras that have been considered today. Beautiful day here in Soweto in Dobsonville Oval. The crowd is starting to pick up nicely here.
Definitely so. Did you see the Lions mascot dancing about? I wanted to go and take a picture.
Swats again back into the attack. Beautiful lines, good lines there from Swats. His second spell looks a lot better than the first spell there, Swats. I think he knows what she's doing.
Definitely. And I also think that for a medium pacer at the moment, the wicket has dried up. So it is playing a lot more to their advantage.
Definitely. That's what we spoke about, not trying to lose wickets earlier on. I think the Lions lost some wickets there. And now if you look at this, in this wicket has dried down, having your senior batters in now, they could like be in and be scoring nicely. Because the sun is out, it's made the wicket dry, and the ball's getting older. It's easy to score. Falyun head straight to the folder there. It's like the way that she approach. I think Falyun needs someone who's going to support her on the other side.
I think you're right there, and I think Phil Yoon, like you said, needs someone to support her on the other side. I think she can't do this alone. No matter how much experience you have as a batter, you're definitely not playing alone. And there she goes. Really aggressive, like you said before, with her shots. There's a lot of power that I've noticed. She's not playing around when she comes to it. She will hit that ball to you, and you better be away.
Very strong lady there, Falyun. You can see very good posture there. You can see she means business. It's a single there. To dip square.
I think the importance of having a partnership at this stage of the game cannot be further stressed. I think at the moment they're sitting with a partnership of 4, and unfortunately their wickets keep toppling. I just need one more good, consistent partnership out of the Lions. I think that would really change their mindset, especially for the latter batsmen that are going to come in.
That's an end of the over there. Have it. David coming back and
$127 for 6 as the Lions look to head towards the final stages of this innings. They were sent into bat by the Badgers this morning, and they've certainly made it difficult for themselves. Just a conversation here between the umpire and Zintle Kula. We'll have to see what that means. But in the meantime, a bit of a conversation needs to be had here. Is what on earth are the Lions thinking? Why are they throwing wickets away with senseless runouts? The two of them, and particularly that of Faye Cowling. She looked like she was hitting the ball with such confidence. And then to get run out like that will make you want to tear your hair out. We'll have a look at it in just a short moment here. Zintle Kula with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps, still making a decision about her field placements.
When it comes to Zintle Kula's attack, it's rather clinical. And maybe she's sniffing around for her 12th wicket.
Just trying to beat the inner ring. They're not able to. What do you think the rationale behind that run out was? Because watching it from the outside as a neutral, it's frustrating. You know, somebody who's really timing it excellently, the ball is flying to the fielders. It was only a matter of time before she found her precision and her direction, and then to get run out like that. Straight to this time and still not able to get away.
You know what? Let's give it to the Badgers. They've done they've done really well when it comes to their bowling attack. Sure, they've conceded a few wides every here and then, 29 to be exact, but they have hit the money when they are bowling the right lengths, and I think that's very dangerous. They are creating moments where they've got a big over where there is no runs conceded. I think that creates a lot of pressure when it comes to the Lions batting lineup. And unfortunately, when there is a maiden, then pressure is created.
As halfway through this is Zintle Kula over. She's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 11. It's been an incredibly it has been an incredible spell of bowling, miserly at its very best. And so As the wind starts to pick up once again, the Lions need to pick up their scoring rate. A little bit of a floating delivery there. So Netfulyunlo is very eager to get to the other end. You can sense the frustration and urgency with which she wants to help her partner at the other end. Khomotso Rapo'o, captain of this DP World Lions side. She'll be all too aware. Tucks this away off the pads and the one is available. So one ball remaining in this, the 38th, and just a single from it.
And this is the pressure that I was talking about. Only conceding 1 run in an over is really going to put a lot of pressure on the batsmen. And this is the moments where they start to make unforced errors.
Just making sure she's got all her fielders in the correct place. Fine leg, long on, and a deep mid wicket. No change to the strike. 38 overs gone, 128 for 6. Earlier today, the Garden Route Badgers deciding that they'll have a bowl first. And after the early wicket of Madison Landsman, there was a little bit of a rebuilding from the Lions. And then after what seemed like a very comfortable space for the home side, the Badgers forcing the error, getting the run out, and then it's been almost a procession ever since then.
Looking at the Badgers bowling lineup, I think they're really suited for this because they've got Janssen van Rensburg with 12 wickets and
worked away off the hips. There is protection out there in the deep.
And Zintle Gula with now 11 wickets. So they are shaping up to be quite a good fielding and bowling side.
What this has done is allowed the Badgers to almost dictate traffic, if you will, because now the Lions are the ones that are having to answer the questions. Still 3 more overs left in this Swart spell. She'll finish this one and leave herself with 2. And so the Badgers captain will have all the opportunities in the world to decide how she wants to maintain things. Outside edge, and it'll go down to third man for the 1. There's no real pressure on the Badgers here. They're in the pound seats.
That is correct, and you can tell with just the atmosphere that they've created for themselves. There's a lot of shouting about, a lot of encouragement between themselves, and it's a good field to be at. Because as a bowler, you don't want to bowl to a dead field, if you're honest.
Badgers sniffing that their opportunity here for an important away win is upon them. Every run will be valuable for the DP World Lions, and their performance with bat in hand could set up how they come out here and offer their options with the ball. There's 1 ball left in the over. 2 runs to the over is not really good enough. They have to look to hit the fielders in the deep, try and be a little bit innovative, come down the crease, maybe bat a little bit deeper, shuffle across your stumps, play with a little bit more freedom, because if you just are confident and content with this, you might find yourself in all sorts of trouble. Brilliant bit of bowling there, and she's given it. He's taken a time there just to make sure that he was happy with that decision. Just the outside edge. And an absolutely glorious delivery there from Lucian Swartz. squared up the Lions captain. Rapo'o's got to go. And another wicket has fallen for the Lions. This is what that pressure will do for you. 130 for 7.
As you've mentioned before, it's been dot ball after dot ball, and conceding only 2 runs and over is just not good enough. It's going to cause a lot of pressure at the batsman. We were saying that Phil Yoon was really itching to help out her partner, but unfortunately just couldn't rotate that strike, and that's what happens. They started to sniff around, and you could tell the energy from the Badgers on the field. And well, when there's that much energy buzzing around, well, as the batsman, it does mess with your head, and then you play an unforced error and your wicket will fall.
Sunetful Low is joined by Sarah Nettleton, who comes to the wicket at number 9. Just 11 overs remaining in this innings, and the Badgers are definitely the ones who are smelling blood. It's almost like their animal counterparts. The Badgers punching above their weight here. The Lions almost look like tame house cats in the way that they've gone about this batting effort. Barring that one partnership, look at this one again. Swartz hit the deck. Rapo'o immediately looks up at the umpire, thought for a second, and gave it out. So 39 overs have been completed, 130 for 7. The responsibility almost solely on Sunetful Low. And at the risk of being bowled out, you might make an argument for the Lion stalwart here to get a bit of license, free your arms, and really go after the bowlers. Anything with pace on has got to go.
I think you're right there. I think they need to rotate that strike. The run rate has now dropped from 3.4 to now 3.3. And Zintle Kula on the crease.
And this is where the Badgers are in the pound seat. Swartz has only got 2 remaining, but Zintle Kula, out of the 11 remaining, has 5 of those. So she can bowl all the way through the remainder of her spell without any pressure from the Lions batters. Hey, nah. It's never nice when you're batting and then somebody throws it in from the deep and hits you. And it's also that shock of not expecting to be hit. You know, you can almost brace yourself if you see it coming, but when it's from the blind side, it hurts just a little bit more.
No, you're right. It definitely will startle you. You know, when it comes to Zintle Kula, at the moment, I don't need her to do much. I just need her to dot them up, choke them up. And there we go.
She's doing exactly that, just as the doctor ordered. Brilliant Yorker there, and Sunetful Low's having a stroll out towards square leg, maybe to recollect her thoughts, have a conversation with herself on what she's expecting, what adds to the pressure as the wicketkeeper right in her ear. Shorter, hammered. There's a throw at the striker's end, she's hit, but I think she's quite comfortably home safe. Nettleton looking to set off, put her head down and set off, but Sunetful Low changing her mind and nearly finding her partner all at sea.
And if you look at the body language of Phil Low and Nettleton, they're quite jittery, if I may say. There's a lot of walking about and just not being anchored in their positions at the moment.
And I think that's an indication of the pressure that they're feeling, of the game itself, but also the grander picture at stake here. They are on top of the log, but Western Province have a game in hand, and if they are going to persistently push for a position in that Pro50 final on the 15th of March, this was a game that they needed to win, and win convincingly. Now that one's wide, and a wicket-keeping error means that they'll get through for an extra on top of the wide. So she'll have to bowl that one once again. hands on hips. She's the only one she can blame, really. It's self-inflicted from the Badgers skipper.
Definitely self-inflicted with that one. And I think, like we've mentioned before, that the Badgers are doing quite well, but unfortunately are let down by the amount of wides that they are bowling.
I mean, if you look at the Lions scorecard and extract those extras from it, you almost say, well, where has the batting impetus come from? Who was going to be the one to lead this Lions batting lineup with a solo performance that would help them get to the score they needed? Cut away for just the single. 1 to end the over. 40 overs have been completed. We're into the final 10. It's 1-3-3 for 7.
You know, when it comes to the partnerships, when it comes to the Lions, every time I see Viljoen get into her stride, unfortunately, the momentum is interrupted by a wicket, and I think that has something to do with the difficulty that I see that the Lions are facing at the moment. Again, that run rate at the moment is looking rather low. They could bump it up a little bit, building stronger partnerships and reducing those unforced errors.
So for the final 10 overs, the Badgers are going to look to target to bowl the Lions out here completely. The Lions, it's a matter of not only surviving, but trying to put something that they can feel as though they may have a chance of defending here. Lucian Swartz, 2 for 30 in her 8. She's bowled so well today. Caused the Lions batters real consternation. Happy to leave that one. 200, is that a bridge too far in the final 10 overs?
Not at the run rate that they're going at, I don't think it's. I'm looking more at a 180. A good 180.
Yeah, I'm just mindful of that mental breakthrough of getting that 200 off the back foot. That was elegantly punched. And they get through for a single. That's something that you almost needed to put pressure onto the fielding side. But the Badgers have been relentless in ensuring that when they felt that they were in the game, that they would just zone in and continue to draw blood. Noodled away onto the onside for another single. 5 or 6 to the over is still something that they could look to achieve here. A single every delivery would help move things along and get to that scorecard, get the scorecard to where they want it to be.
Definitely. That I think Lucian Swart wants to dot them up a bit, reduce that run rate, break this partnership.
Pulled away. Bounce not where they wanted to be, but some good running means they get back for the second.
There's definitely an evident change in mindset when it comes to the Lions at the moment. Playing a much more aggressive game, opening themselves up, going for those pull shots, really starting to find the gaps.
It's too straight here from Swartz. I have complimented her, and the lines have not been as good as she would have expected. This is positive stuff from the Lions. 6 runs from the over and 1 to come. This is what they can do. They can find themselves running 1s and 2s really hard. There's a big field here, and maybe the odd boundary here and there to get them to the required score, because this has really been a brilliant bowling performance from the Badgers. Gets behind that one, happy to just dot it down. End of 9 overs for Lucian Swartz. 41 have gone. 139 for 7.
I think most importantly, Viljoen Low needs someone to just bat and rotate that strike with. And especially at this point of the game with 9 overs left, it's really important for them to form some form of a partnership and ensure that they are rotating that strike. And I see that the run rate has increased. It's from 3.3 now to 3.4. So definitely the efforts that they have been putting on are now paying off. Looking for those gaps. Punching that ball through quite eloquently, if I may say so myself.
And a new bowler coming into the attack.
It's very interesting that the Badgers have decided now's the time to bring back Kaikaze. Zintlekula has the overs available to her, and maybe the decision is we're going to have Mate bowl from this end nearest to us and then switch Kula, the captain, to the other end.
Quite true. One thing I know about Mate, she's really good at hitting the deck hard. And
she does hit it with some power, does Sunette Fulyunlo. So she'll be happy with the option of Simon, or Simap rather.
Kaikazi also knows how to play bowl to her players. And that's very important, especially given the amount of overs that are left. Making sure that you can only concede 1 run if it must, or just dot them up completely.
Bit of a zoomed out view for that last delivery, giving you the broad spectrum or broad picture of how things are looking here at Dobsonville. The weather's been toying with us all day. It was grim and miserable earlier on, and then suddenly we were in bright and glorious sunshine. And now the clouds are starting to make their way back overhead. Full toss flicked away. This ball is ambling out there to the deep. Valiant attempt in the deep. She's done all the right things there to ensure she prevents an extra 2 runs. Boy, it was hit with some power, and it needed a great effort to stop it.
An incredibly slow outfield, I must say. Look at that. All that running, and she got there just in time, just to show you how slow this outfield is. And like you mentioned before, this ball was hit with an incredible amount of power, but just couldn't carry to cross over the boundary.
Hammered down the ground, just for 1.
The Lions are definitely starting to show their strength here. Starting to hit that ball really hard on the ground.
Yeah, just looking at the weather forecast, it certainly says we're at risk of being interrupted here by the weather. And while the Lions may feel that this score is not enough, they may find some consolation in the fact that an interrupted run chase could be to their benefit. Change of equipment, or rather an adjustment from Sarah Nettleton. Trying to use a bit of a slower ball, and that's driven out into the covers. They're going to have to run hard here to extract every little morsel available. As you said, the grass is a lot thicker. It's a very different environment, I think, for a lot of these players. You know, it almost reminds you of the structures from where you come, because a lot of these players, when they're not playing for the Lions, will be encouraged to go play some club cricket, and you're not always going to get an immaculately manicured field available to you, so you have to adjust accordingly. Just the positioning of the front foot there. She knows exactly what she needed to do. 42 done, 144 for 7.
Good efforts from the Lions team. I see the run rate is now 3.5. They are rotating that strike quite well between Fulyun, Low, and Nettleton. A good partnership of 14 runs. Something. Especially towards the last few overs. Very important, and I hope that they do hold up the shape as they come to the last couple of overs. And I think with Janssen van Rensburg, she could sniff around for another wicket. And given how she's bowling and given how she's on the money, it would be really good for the Garden Route Badgers to take on a wicket right now.
Steady behind it. Let's give you a quick update of what's happening around the country in other Hollywoodbets Pro 50 games. The Dragons at home against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and they've been bowled out for 123. Alexandra Kindler taking that final wicket. It was only really Jane Winster with 24 from 39. And so they're in the process of an innings change. And then in Pretoria, it's been a game that's been hammered and hampered by adverse weather conditions. The Western Province ladies 45 for 1 after 13. Their game has been reduced to 33 overs. Oluhlesio is not out on 24. Delmarie Tucker on 16. Mashishi doing the bowling at the moment for the Titans ladies. So everything on the line here. The Lions will be hoping that if they aren't able to pick up a victory, that the Titans, their Yixke neighbours, their Trans-Yixke neighbours, can assist them by beating Western Province. Janse van Rensburg now saying that she wants her fine leg to head out of the inner ring. And maybe a little bit straighter than she currently is. Nice and full, nice and full. No opportunities for Nettleton to get that one away.
I like what Van Rensburg is doing right now. She's slowing down the game intentionally, so bringing up those dot balls again, which are very crucial at this point of the game.
Yeah, the Lions had some good momentum. And the intentional option of just calming things down is paying dividends. It allows the Lions players to get in their head a little bit more. Batting is definitely a game that is more often than not played in your head, especially at this level. Then they've got the skills to get them to this level. But when you're at the very highest level of domestic cricket, the mind games. Probably drifting down the leg side. Hopeful shout there from the Badgers side.
You're definitely right when it comes to the mind games. It's those shouts. It's the energy on field. When I look at the Badgers players, they're communicating with each other quite lovely, if I may say so myself. So if it's just the two of you at the middle of the pitch and it's this vibey, this loud, this high intensity, well, the mind games, as you've said.
Change in the field, long on goes back. And it's no accident there. The idea, as they end the 43rd over, 145 for 7, the idea was, hopefully, that they would give Nettleton the single, she would retain the strike, and then the Badgers would have the opportunity to continue bowling to Nettleton. They're going to have to go head-to-head with Sunette Fulyunlo. 43 done. 7 remain, 145 for 7.
Well, Van Rensburg has done her job here, dotting them up, really reducing that run rate back to 3.4, which was very important, especially on the 43rd over. Kayakazi with the ball in hand. Hopefully she'll just continue on dotting them up, bringing the Lions to a much slower run rate.
Fine leg heading square. So it's a deep square leg. A deep mid-wicket, a long on, and a deep extra cover. While they bring third in the ring. So you suspect that there might be a couple of variations of pace from Kayakaze Mate. Just allowing them to get the one, and that's when you suspect with Sunette Fulyunlo looking for the second, the field will change. That's exactly what they want. They want Fulunlo to get the single without much fuss, and now suddenly the field will close in on Nettleton. Almost an opportunity really for Nettleton to say, I'm not going to be a passenger in this bus. You cannot dictate to me how things are going to go. I'm going to look to attack and go over the top. Well, she's not going to be able to do that. She will rotate the strike. That one goes down to third.
And at this point of the game, it's very important that they continue to rotate the strike. I think in the past 2 overs, they've been dotted up by the Badgers, and making sure that there is a rotation of strike is crucial. We've only got a partnership of 17 runs, and it is the last 7 overs of the game.
You can just see the rotation of her tricks here, bag of tricks here from Mate. She's offering many questions that the Lions batters have to answer. Just mixing her pace up nicely. You can see she's looking at the condition of the ball, how she wants to roll her wrists, or maybe just let it slide in swinging delivery. Pulled away onto the onside. 2 fielders converging. Good bit of fielding there. I'm not quite sure what her partner was going to do on the outside of the field there. I just saw the 2 coming around, and the one, ends up on the outside. I'm not quite sure what Annika Swart was doing there.
At this point, we'll call it moral support. And it's nice to have a friend out there.
You can do it. The problem is if there was a fielding error, there's no way to save your friend if you're on the wrong side of the road. It's very itching. Very itchy here is Sunette Fulunlo. She's desperate to move things along. Just 1 ball remaining in the 44th. Good to see some families enjoying themselves here on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, it is a rather beautiful day, this side of the city.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Look at the slowness with which the ball came out the hand there. The fielding error means that they get through for the single. 150 coming up now at the end of the 44th. 150 for 7.
I must say, it was quite a cheeky over from Mate with all those different bowling variations. You couldn't really predict what it is that she would be doing with the ball in hand. Very interesting to see at the end of the 44th over.
So you were mentioning something around 170, 180. Do you think that's still on the cards, or do you think the Lions will go in the last 5-6 overs?
Possibly with a topple of a wicket. I think they could still do that that 180.
Yeah, 180 still within reach here. Just 30 required to hit that target, but they'll always want more. Tucked away nicely. It's very fine. Wicket keeper and deep square trying to make sure that things are kept clean. So 1 from it.
That's very important for the Garden Route Badgers to start dotting them up now. It's the 44th over, and the run rate is sitting at 3.4. So it is all on Van Rensburg at the moment to bowl good lines, good lengths, and to make sure no unforced errors happen.
Yeah, to my mind, how she bowls to Sarah Nettleton is very different as to how she will bowl to Sunette Fulunlo. Oh, a bit of unfortunate error. Well, it's not really an error. You could say it's she's just hit it there, and it's taken a bit of a ricochet as it's gone over the top of mid-on there. Just have a look at this one again. Hammered, and it's clipped the edge of the square. That's such an unfortunate one. There's nothing you can do as a player.
And she raises her hands up as well, saying there's nothing that I could have done. It's beyond my reach. And unfortunately, it goes off for 4.
Yeah, neither of the two of them, the batter nor the fielder, would have planned that to be the case. And almost after the horses bolted, they've decided long on's got to go back. She played all around that one. I'm surprised she actually got something on it. Her mind was set on a certain shot, and when it didn't come out, she looked surprised.
It's been an expensive over for Van Rensburg at the moment. In 3 balls, conceded 5 runs. Hopefully the next ones will be dotted out if they would like to reach that total target of 180.
Full and pulled away quite fearsomely, but only able to find Julia Hole there. She's the type of fielder that almost lurks in the shadows and then pops up. And by the time you see her, it's almost too late.
It's as if Nettleton was targeting that same ricochet again, placing it in the same areas.
You know what they say about lightning striking twice? I suspect it was an anomaly, and to try and look for it again is maybe a bit of desperation from Sarah Nettleton, if she is indeed looking for that.
It is the game of cricket. Anything is possible here. I was holding my breath thinking it was going to be an almost. But lightning doesn't strike twice.
Played well off the pads. There is someone down there in the deep. And the over comes to a close. Lions in the final 5 here, and there's going to be a commentary change as Ayamyoli makes his way back into the box. And we've got some awesome cricket ahead of us. Partnership worth 25.45 have been completed. 155 for 7. Welcome back, I'm Ayoli for the final 5. A lot of pressure on these two batters. You don't want to be bowled out. Nice and straight, very tidy, and you can see the frustration there on Nettleton, Aya. Final 5 overs, you've got to look to score.
Definitely have to look to score. Don't know if you should bowlers now just gonna have to still keep all those good lands or just go death bowling.
I think that what Mate is doing well here is she's forcing the Lions batters to try and get the result that they want each ball. And so because she's so good at rotating her bag of tricks, the use of the slow ball, cutters.
Just looking at the field, yeah. Everyone is in. Just fine legs out.
That's a bit of wayward bowling there from Mate, and another wicket-keeping error means that they get through for a wide and an extra. It's certainly a conversation that they would have had, Zintlekula and her bowler Mate, and as soon as Sunette Viljoen-Low comes back on strike, that's when the fielders start to move away. And wide again. That's very naughty, especially at the late stage of the game.
There's been a lot of extras, yeah.
"31 extras, Aya."
31 extras, I think.
It's almost a third of the score.
31, I think that's The leading run scorer scored 34. Manak.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to rely on extras being your leading run scorer. You have to take the ownership as a batting unit to get yourself to a target that you're happy with, and they'll know that somebody has to stand up. You almost want somebody in a one-day game, one person, to stand up and score something north of 50 to allow your side to have something competitive to bowl at. Change of the field, fine leg coming into the ring, very square. And that's why the field is in for Sarah Nettleton. They know that she's not able to get the ball away.
It's not easy there in the middle there for the batters. I think 180, I think, sounds like a good score for me. Very thick grass. Hasn't been a lot of boundaries. You cut away the extras.
So are you backing the home side then to get the job done with ball in hand?
I think the home side, if they bowl very well, I think they can get the job done.
Worked away and just gets the one.
If they bowl well. But in terms if they stick to their lines and length, I think 180 in this field is a good score. Always.
You've had experience here playing some club games. What are the normal scores here in club games? 450 over cricket?
Normal scores, yeah. I think 200, 220.
This one's just driven away off the back foot.
200, 220 in club cricket. And the Premier League is a good score, yeah.
So a genuine low-scoring ground. 46 overs gone, 162 for 7. The final 4 overs, final 24 deliveries are upon us as we head towards the tail end of this innings.
What a better way to spend your Valentine right here with us for the Hollywoodbets Pro50.
So, yeah, I think the Lions women, I think if they can just finish well, yeah, in the next 4 overs and make sure they come back and just squeeze. Because definitely to defend, yeah, when you set the score and try to defend it, that's something that always works out nicely. You always look to bat first here in Dobsonville.
Down the ground, and it's nearly through. Aya, Valentine's Day. What do you love about cricket?
Valentine's Day or cricket?
Yeah, no, it is Valentine's Day. What do you love about cricket?
No, just the game. I think...
Give me specifics. What excites you about the game of cricket?
Everything about the game, I think.
Hammered away, but it finds Julia Hall again, and nearly a run-out opportunity. Good throw there.
Half of my life I spent on this game, so everything about the cricket.
It's the better half of your life, eh? The game,
better half,
having played cricket.
Definitely the better half. And I'm still involved in the game. I think that's the most thing that I'm blessed with. It's coaching, doing a bit of commentary. Still involved in the game of the cricket.
Pulled away. This time she beats Hole in the ring, and she'll get one for it. That's exactly what Cricket South Africa is looking for, isn't it? In their long-term athlete development model, you finish playing, and then you're still active for life. They want players involved at scoring and umpiring and broadcasting and coaching. That's what they want, so that that knowledge is not lost.
The long player development, yes. I think that's the main thing. Soccer also pushes that very well, the Players Association.
Plays all around it. She's not quite sure where that delivery ended up. Nettleton will be upset with herself. Let's have a look at this one again. And straight. No, she wasn't quite sure where she was coming or going. Again, not able to get the contact that she would have wanted. A little bit of shadow batting.
We're not getting as much bounce as we were getting early on. You can see the wicket has died down a bit. I think the Lions, if they use their spinners very well, yeah, I think it will be tough for the Garden Route Badgers to chase the score.
key to that spinning attack is Rasiba Ntozaki. She's been a thorn in the side for many players, and that's going to add to the pain that they may be feeling because it's a glorious stroke. It frustratingly doesn't go to the boundary. They get 2 for it, but it was so well timed.
It's a good surprise in there, I think. Bit of width there from the Badgers bowler.
47 overs have been completed. It's 165 for 7. Partnership now worth 35. What excites you about the future stars of tomorrow? I mean, you look at some of these players, a lot of them are youngsters. What is exciting you, having a look at the schools SA20 and, a lot of school cricket? You said you're involved in coaching. What excites you about cricketers coming through the system in the years to come? Change of bowling. Giselle Augusta Abrams is going to bowl the 48th.
There's quite a good crop of boys coming up. Usually I'm based in the Gauteng side.
Down the ground. Deciding not... Well, she was in two minds about whether she wanted to take it, Sinette Viljoen-Louw. She said yes, no, yes, and then eventually decided to go with it. And a no ball as well. That's a sin. That is a cardinal sin for a spinner to bowl a no ball. I suspect that there's too many fielders out, and that's where Zintla Kula is apologizing. So the next one will be a free hit. You see, you've got to be aware as a captain, particularly when you're a little bit tireder than you used to.
Cash in there, make sure that they cash in here and this snowball.
Ooh, she threw the kitchen sink, the lounge furniture, and the spare bedroom's bed there at it. But the bounce, as you said, is quite flat from what we experienced this morning. The older ball not coming through to the wicket keeper. Gives herself a little bit of room, carves us away to the offside. There's a throw, and Sinette Viljoen-Louw
saved by the dive there.
Absolutely, it's the long levers. You will know them very well.
Looks like the rain is something. Clouds are closing in, yeah.
Yeah, there will be some concern. You were saying that there's a couple of exciting players that you've been able to see.
Yeah, I've worked at St. David. I've worked with coached the first team there. You had those Jason Rolls, you had your Carl Butters, you had your Manaks, the Perry brothers.
In the air, there's a fielding coming under it, and frustratingly, it's going to fall short. You almost wanted the opportunity for her to dive. I know sometimes coaches will say that's the equivalent of a parachute. Just the one for it. And then she's found success for the Lions as well as the Proteas. So there is a wonderful passion for the growth of the women's game as well as the men's. 48 gone, 171 for 7.
Exciting prospect indeed. She's also now involved in the Proteas setup. Great keeper, very good batter.
Yeah, a lot of prospects available for the South Africans. An embarrassment of riches. 171 is where the Lions find themselves. 41 is a partnership when they desperately needed one. Janse van Rensburg in her penultimate over. She won't get through her full 10. Almost a waste if you think that she's bowled at less than 3. Down the ground, Viljoen-Louw hits it quite hard. Good bit of fielding down there in the deep means that they don't get the second available to them. Good throwing. The Badgers time and time again, they've hit the stumps all day.
Their folding is a bit... they've got a good folding... Aren't they a good folding side? You can see how they throw. I was just looking at their arms, how they throw the ball. Very accurate. You can see by the runoffs that they got. I mean, they're a very good fielding side.
plays this away and immediately sets off. Kula with the fielding. Surely there's got to be a boundary here. You got to look to go. Sinet Fulyunlo, 28 from 58. In my mind, she's got to look to free her arms here. That's why they've got long on back. Deep square, mid-wicket. In the air. She's done exactly that. Kula underneath it. Oh, and she's bobbled it. They're going to run back for the second. She's home safe. A difficult catch because when you're running with the ball almost coming over your shoulder.
There's also a short run in there. There's a short run there from the Lions. That's a...
Oh, that's a sin. That's a real sin there. You've done all the hard work of running for two and then you are only credited with the single. Run short in the penultimate over. Dear oh dear. She comes in down the wicket, goes again, throws that bat at it. Looking for the first. Gets it. And maybe the thought of the second had them under some pressure. Lack of boundaries means that there's a lot of hard work required for batting sides here.
It's not easy to hit the ball, yeah, I think. It's one thing that the Lions are, the Badgers bowlers have to know, batters have to know.
Oh, miscued it. And she'll get leg bias for it as the throw goes to the non-striker's end.
Good backing up there from that Badgers fielder.
Yeah, you've really brought to our attention the importance of the batters when they're in the field, observing how the pitch is playing, observing how the change in conditions mean that you have to adjust how you approach this. It's not going to be an easy surface to bat on. Last ball. Down the ground, in the air. Falls safely on the second bounce, and 6 singles in a row means that the over has come to an end. 177 for 7.
Yeah, I think the Lions have been going at 3.6, 3.8, 3.2 runs and over. And it's been there. I think the Badgers, when they come back into bat, I think to try bat all the 50 overs and make sure also earlier on you don't lose a lot of wickets early on. Let's get the ball old and make sure. I think Filion has shown us how it's done. I think he's just stayed in and then just trying to be rotating the strike. The moment.
Yeah, it's just that missed opportunity there from the drop catch that we saw again. Could that have been the way in which the Badgers would have wrapped things up? Zintlakula still deciding what she wants from her field. Long off and long on back. Deep mid-wicket. Square leg comes into the ring. Here she goes for the final 6 deliveries of this Lions innings. Misconstrued, and she's thrown it at the non-striker's end. Hit the stumps, and again a run out. Too eager to get going was Sarah Nettleton. And again the Badgers have found their mark. It's 177 for 8.
We definitely spoke about the fielding of the Badgers. They quite lots of proper run out there. We spoke about this of the fielding of the Garden Road Badgers. I think they've been very sharp on the field.
Yeah, she came down the wicket, did Sinet Fulyunlo, and Nettleton was already on her bike. By the time the ball was in her hand, she was in no man's land. The signal there from the Lions CEO, John Leafright, was Tumi Sekukune has got to hit this one for 6. And what a way to start the over for the Badgers. A run out off the first ball. Sinet Fulyunlo, 31 from 62. She's on strike here with 5 balls remaining. got to look to maybe clear that front leg and give it a go. The option for Zintlakula here has probably got to be a Yorker or a slower ball to try and force the error from Fulunlo. She goes to Fulunlo. Down the ground. Miscue didn't get the placement on the bat that she'll want. They'll come back for the second. And the throw is a wayward one, which means Sekokune comes back for the second. Lions players encouraging their teammates from the dugout. To the moon is the goal.
Slatom.
In the air. Fielder underneath it. Mapo'o makes no mistake. That's the end of Fulunlo and the results of the to the moon call.
And Slatom.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. Very well bowled by Zintlakula. She just got the toe end of the bat. And it was a simple catch there for Mapo'o. Well constructed innings from Sunit Fulunlo comes to an end. 179 for 7. Which brings Hlohonolo Meso to the crease at number 11. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Tabete and Madison Landsman were dismissed fairly cheaply. Then it was Manak and Evans who put a good partnership together, and then eventually Fulunlo for 33 from 64. But other than that, not really contributing. Nobody really standing up and saying, this is my day to dominate things.
Yeah, it's done at the right time. Also having your extras at 36. With both 31 wide. 4 no balls.
Yeah, definitely something for concern. You saw in the flash of an image there, the grey clouds that hang overhead. Just a few balls remaining in the innings. Two new batters at the crease. Hlohonolo Meso and Tumi Sekokune. Just tries to push at that one. So, wicket to wicket dot. It's been an eventful over for the Badgers. They might yet achieve this 180 that we've suggested could be a decent score. Get some batter on that. They get one for it. So there's the 180 with one ball remaining.
Hopefully the wind just blows the rain away. Really want to get some cricket here at the Soweto Dobsonville Oval. Been a good day of cricket.
The last ball to Sekokune. Gets an outside half of the bat, carved away. This one will go to the boundary for 4. A wonderful way to end the innings for the Lions. 184 is what they finish on. 184 for 9 after 50 overs. Just that last ball of the over, Aya.
It's a great shot there from Tumi. Over point. Well played.
Well, she certainly gave it everything that she had. She was not going to miss out there on that one. So 50 overs have been completed. 184 for 9 is where the Lions finish. Looking at the bowling figures there, Lucian Swartz 2 for 36. Zintlakula 2 for 22. And a wicket apiece for Kaikaze Mate and Kiara Fisher. Very, very economical bowling there. The 36 extras, the only real red mark on their bowling effort this morning. Let's have a look at that summation of where things are. Manak, Fulyunlo, Evans and Nettleton, the only ones contributing. Getting starts but not able to capitalize. As we said, 2 wickets apiece for Swartz and Kula, 1 for Fisher and Mate, 184 for 9. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments as the Badgers will attempt to get 185.
The Lions from the Dobsonville end.
Welcome back to Dobsonville Oval in Soweto. A beautiful, beautiful game in prospect here, because while it was a low score from the DP World Lions, the Garden Route Badgers will have their opportunity to upset a much favoured home side. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgley. Welcome back. Alongside me, you're going to have to correct me here, Hambo Mozaleni.
Homba. Mazaleni.
Mohomba Mazaleni is alongside me as we bring you the first passage of play here. Julia Hole's on strike. She's got Tumi Sekukune heading her way. Landsman in the slip cordon. Here we go. And the most important thing to note here is the fact that the clouds are very grim, very miserable, very, well, very saddening if you're a cricketing fan here, because at any moment we could find ourselves having to compete with the overhead conditions.
Definitely so. The clouds have come in quite aggressively.
And wayward from Sekukune, continuing the trend from earlier today. 31 wides from the Badgers. The Lions will take some consolation from the fact that the Badgers were bowled out for less than 100 in the last innings against Western Province at Newlands.
Well, the Badgers really held up their own in the previous innings, really showing a good fielding side.
Cut away, not able to beat the inner ring.
Well, with the batting side from the Badgers, I really hope to see a really strong rotation and strike. Them first getting settled in, not chasing anything. But one thing that I'm worried about is the weather. The clouds are looking rather grey here at Soweto in Dobsonville, so we'll see how that holds up.
Chasing a little bit of a wide one there is Julia Hole. She's been around the Badgers setup for a number of years, and so that experience is going to need to carry out in this run chase. The Lions really were frustrating in parts because of the way in which it felt like they threw wickets away. A number of those wickets falling senselessly, particularly through runouts. And so the home side will want to make sure they make inroads here early. But there's no real rush here for the Badgers. Yes, they are mindful of the rain and the possible implications with regard to Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. But in theory, they have the full 50 overs ahead of them.
And again, the most important thing here is to build partnerships early on in the game. Really setting them up, the Badgers, making sure that they've got a really good base to start off with.
Bit of inward movement there. Just finding the fielder who was lurking there on the onside. Hlohonolo Meso. Barring that wide. It's been very tidy stuff from Tumi Sekukune. Cut away. Still into the ring. The throw comes to the striker's end. And the dive is necessary in the end. So the first run's off the bat. After a bit of an interesting first over. One over is complete. It's 2 without loss.
Given the weather conditions, how long do you think we've got before it starts pouring down?
I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but as you see there in the background of that shot, there's some of those who are involved with pulling covers here at Dobsonville Oval. And when you see ground staff lurking, it doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence. There are a number of black clouds out towards our right-hand side. So it's something that we'll have to keep an eye on. And you know, with the high-fault thunderstorms, when they do come down, really do douse the surface here.
And it is quite fast in which they rain down. It's really unexpected. It happens so quickly. And like you said before, that's why they're standing on standby. It's as if they're ready to just pounce onto the field at any moment.
Sarah Nettleton will be partnering Tumi Sekokune. Slip in place. She's going to come in with her spin, right arm round. Neat stuff from her early on. She's got to be on the money here. Stump to stump type bowling.
I think what will set apart the Lions from the Badgers is to not concede too many wides.
Coming very wide of the crease is Sarah Nettleton. And trying to dart it in. Use that new ball to skid on. Her control with pace is what she'll hope to upset these opening batters from the Badgers with. A little bit extra there outside the off stump. You can see through the fence there, one of the fans keeping an eye on the game. Just look at this one again from Nettleton. She comes very wide of the crease to try and force it across. Maybe see if there's something on offer in terms of turn. And again. And it's almost a duplicate shot. Fake Howling is going to be very busy here if that is the shot that Hole decides she wants to go with.
Well, it's very impressive from Nettleton is that she is really bowling to her field. And like you said, Fake Howling's going to be very busy. And that's exactly what you want.
Punches it nicely off the back foot. But not able to pierce the gap. It's a very tidy over this up front from Sarah Nettleton. Cut away. Beats the inner ring. That'll tear away to the boundary for 4. First boundary of the Badgers chase. A little bit too much width there from Nettleton. It spoils a very good over. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 6 without loss.
To continue with the proceedings from the Dobsonville end is Tumi Sekokune.
It's a good strong start from the Badgers. They look very comfortable in the middle. Not playing too aggressively up front, and that's exactly what you want in the first few overs, just for you to settle in and make sure that you got the rhythm of the game right.
Well, an opportunity here for some old grudges to bear their heads here. Palesa Mapo'o, who initially grew up here in the Lions cricket satellite area, now has the opportunity to show her former employers what she's made of. Gets behind that one. Tumi Sekokune would have bowled many times to Palesa Mapo'o, but what that does mean is she may have ways in which she could hopefully work this former teammate over on Palesa Mapo'o.
It's always interesting when you're bowling to a former teammate. Like you said, you know the mind games, you know the tricks, and you know the ins and outs.
Glorious delivery. Look at that one. Just catches the seam and moves away ever so slightly. Bit of hesitation there from Mapo'o. That'll excite Sekokune.
It's very crucial that Mapo'o really holds her own right now. Though startled, she definitely needs to show a little bit more presence behind the bat.
Stump to stump here from Sekokune. Just 2 from that first over of hers. She's followed it up with 3 dots in a row.
And that's the danger when it comes to Sekokune. The stump to stump, the maiden overs is what she truly builds her innings, her spells, pardon me, in.
Boulder! So that's stump to stump. Sekhukhune gets the last laugh. The Lions have their first at 6 for 1.
Tumi Sekhukhune gets the breakthrough.
It's like you said, it is the mind games. It is bowling to a former teammate. She knew exactly what to do, and around it goes. And just like that, it's as if she herself is disappointed in the shot that she chose to play. Well, we see Maboho walking out, and unfortunate dismissal, but a great delivery from Sekhukhune.
Has that gone through her legs? I think when I saw that it looks like it has gone through her legs, and I suppose that's why she feels disappointed. Well, she's gone for a duck. Missing out here. Let's have a look at this one again. Looks like as she tries to play the shot, it goes through the legs and onto the leg peg. Looks to be the case. Miane Botha coming in at number 3. $179 more runs to win this game. Badgers are dogged performers.
And we keep stressing the importance of partnerships early on in the game. And this is no exception. The Badgers really need to...
Oh, she just leaves that one and it goes away, deciding not to go for a run. Well, you can't exactly if you've not offered a shot. Just hitting the thigh pad there. Maybe she was expecting something a little bit different here, but Miane Botha with her feet in the concrete there. Just look at this one again. Boy, oh boy. And that's a risk because, as you know, if you don't offer a shot and you hit in front or hit outside off stump, you could be given out. Oh, this one is so good from Sekhukhune. Just pulls the bat out the way there. 3 overs have done. 6 for 1.
A really dangerous bowler right here. I think that Jenna Botha really needs to take shape behind the bat and offer up some shots. Also to be confident to do a leave and not to be left in indecision.
The other thing that Sekhukhune has at the back of her mind is she's left out of the South African side that is taking on Pakistan at the moment. They're 2-0 up in the series, and she wants to say to the selectors, listen, you may have omitted me from the squad, but I'm still an invaluable asset to South African cricket. Nettleton coming over the wicket now in her second over. 4 from it. That inconsistent bounce we saw in the first innings. South Africa 2-0 up in that series against Pakistan. The ladies going from strength to strength. The gentlemen play this evening against New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. Tries to cut that away. Not able to beat the inner ring there.
And speaking of the women's game, Kayla Reiniker had an incredible debut. A debut of the stars. Truly something phenomenal to watch. I was on the edge of my seat.
In the air and falls safely. They settle for a single and it deserved a better throw there from Ntozake. She needed to get it away quicker. And a scampered single means that there's no damage done. Yeah, Kayla Reinike's something special. And it's nice when players who have done well on the domestic scene shine at the brightest level of the game. Just beats the slip on the outside. Skipper does the fielding. And it's a run out. Very convincing. Wow, I thought for a moment it was almost a matter of a foregone conclusion. They seemed all that confident. Umpire's not bothered.
The Badgers are taking risks that shouldn't be taken, especially so early on in the in the second innings.
Yeah, the required run rate is certainly not one that will cause them to be worried at all. 3 from the Nettleton over. Tidily defended there. Not able to get that one through the inner ring. The end of 4. It's 9 for 1.
Well, certainly in the past few overs, the Badgers are taking some risks that could land themselves in hot waters. We all know that early partnership is incredibly crucial, and we've already had an almost run out.
Falling in love with cricket. Valentine's Day. 4 overs gone. 9 for 1. What's the one thing that keeps you coming back to the game? What do you love about the game of cricket after this Sekhukhune delivery? Lovely, lovely. That's something to love.
Tell me about it. My favorite part of cricket is how unpredictable it is. Anything can happen between weather, the batsmen, bowlers, fielders. It's truly a game to marvel at.
Like Zimbabwe beating Australia? Again, Tumi Sekhukhune on the money. Look at these 2 deliveries. Boy, oh boy, there was something special. She's just followed it up with another glorious one. And that one is just defended.
And also talk about that super over from the Proteas against Afghanistan.
The double super over. Oh boy, if you don't have any heart problems or blood pressure issues, you will certainly have them. 33 overs have been completed in the game at Supersport Park. The innings comes to a close rather. Western Province 163 for 5. Remember that game was reduced due to a rain interrupted first half. So the Titans need to really show some skill and some excellence. They did just that against the Dragons. 100 for Annika Bosch, who's also been left out of the national side. And she'll want to make her way back in.
Seeing as the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series has become formal and well established for women's cricket, it's become a lot tougher in terms of competition to make the Protea women's team, don't you think?
I think, especially for the general public, it's highlighted players that maybe have been in the shadows. Outside edge again. This is a glorious over from Tumi Sekhukhune. I don't think we're giving it as much plaudits as we should, but she's just been consistent, line and length, and eventually she's going to find the dividends of those investments. And I'll highlight something in a moment here at the end of the over around players that maybe have been at the fringe and now have an opportunity to shine at that level. Edged. Gone! I said the investment would pay dividends, and it's done exactly that. 5 deliveries beating the outside half of the bat. And number 6 catches the edge of Julia Hall. She's got to go for 6. Badgers 9 for 2.
Sekhukhune's brilliance lies in creating pressure, in making sure that there is a maiden over. And look at the pressure here. Absolutely just startled the batsman and edged and caught.
Well, it was all about the pressure that Sekhukhune built up. And eventually she gets the wicket at the end of 5. It's 9 for 2. Real concern here for the Badgers. They did so well, bowled so well to get the Lions to a position where they could snatch victory, but It's going to be very difficult when you've got Tumesa Kokuna, who's on fire here at the Dobsonville Oval. Occasionally you'll hear a bit of a bluster here. The wind is blowing, which is encouraging, as it will hopefully push the clouds away. The group that was waiting to bring the covers on have since, spread out and gone their own way. Nettleton with a new over. Strong defense there from Miane Botha. Zal Salir is the new batter to the crease. She's got a lot of work to do, does Botha. 9 for 2. Got a bit of drift here by Sarah Nettleton. You just watch the ball out of the hand. She's throwing it into the wind, and so what that does is it just lets it float for a little bit longer, and then suddenly it goes away from the right-handed batter. See that again. She throws it up, likes to offer some air.
I really need a good partnership from the Badgers at the moment. I think that's exactly what they need. Just something steady.
And it's almost self-inflicted stress or strain by the Badgers, because while the run rate doesn't require them to take any risks, and for them to just leave things outside the off stump, that ominous cloud overhead will almost force you to rush things along.
I think previously we spoke a lot about mental toughness, and I think that's exactly what the Badgers need at the moment, is just to be able to play throughout those dot balls and allow maiden overs to happen.
Six overs have been completed. It's 9 for 2. Another maiden. So a wicket maiden and then a maiden from Nettleton means that the pressure continues for the Badgers. I know the umpires will be keeping an eye out for lightning. There was a couple of games of cricket yesterday in Johannesburg, central Johannesburg, that were rained out. But the first indicator is almost always the lightning. It's a pain up here at the Highveld. You know, when as you mentioned, you spent your upbringing out in the Eastern Cape and then in the Western Cape. The weather is very different when you come up to the Highveld. The lightning is no joke.
Definitely when it comes to lightning, this is something new to us. We don't have much lightning in the Eastern Cape, and actually, quite honestly, even in the Western Cape. But one thing that we do have is a lot of wind.
Yeah, the wind and the rain, particularly in winter, are of some concern. Faye Cowling is the change in bowling. You know that when she comes into the attack, she is going to offer an extra bit of bounce. And on top of it, she was run out when she felt like she was really going great guns. So she'll have a bee in her bonnet, and you can see immediately line and length, forcing Salir to defend on the back foot.
One thing I'm picking up with Faye Cowling's bowling is the amount of bounce that she gets off the top of the deck. Really forces the ball through and gets a lot of height from her deliveries.
Yeah, happy to let that one go. Zal Salir doesn't want to be lured in like her teammate Julia Hall. An update from the game at JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. The Dragons were 123 all out in 44.2 overs, and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies in reply are 73 for 2. Yeah, there's so much to offer here in this Hollywoodbets Pro50. So many teams and players will be cognizant of wanting to play in that final. It's the first time final in this competition. Prior to that, it was just, well, if you were on top of the log, you were You were the ones who were declared the winners. Now a final to compete. And I suppose none would be more excited for a specific game allocated as a final than the Lions, because last season they were so close to the Dolphins all season and then just couldn't get what they needed.
It's going to be interesting to see who's going to take that spot between the Lions, Western Province, and the Dolphins. They are giving it a really good go.
And that one will be signaled as wide. A little bit too much width, too much on offer. To my mind, Faye Cowling's got to look to hit the stumps here. That's the way. Yes, she's going to get more bounce than her teammates, but for me, I really believe that she's got to look to attack the stumps, hit the stumps, and ask Lear to do the hard work. Oh, nearly. It's very well bowled by Faye Cowling. Surprise in the decision to bring Faye Cowling on. Tumi Sekokune was bowling exceptionally well. I don't know exactly why they've made that decision, and maybe it's a discussion for yourself and Aya to have, as I've got one ball remaining in my spell. One ball remaining in the 7th, and the Lions are getting through their overs very quickly. The last ball. Pushes hard at this one. Not able to get it away. A dot ball to finish, and just the wide from the over. After 7, it's 10 for 2.
Well, the decision to bring on Faye Cowling is one interesting one. Maybe, and just maybe, it's because the Lions think that they have one ahead and one above the Badgers at the moment. Maybe that's why they brought on Faye Cowling, and just to give her a little bit more time on the pitch, a little bit more time to play. Faye Cowling is rather a good and strong bowler with her medium pace. She's always on the money. Definitely at that.
Back at it, yeah. Current road Badgers, 10 for 2. Great ball in there from Sarah Littleton. Just squeezing. Building up on those dots.
I can hear a little pitter-patter of rain starting to fall. I wonder how many overs we actually have left of gameplay.
It's a good start here from the Lions. The experienced Tumi Sekokune coming in. Getting some early wickets here for us. That's 2 runs there from the Badgers. Just a little bit of width there from Nettleton. And the Badgers get the 2 runs. The moment she starts pushing the ball wicket to wicket, I think that's where the man is at. The moment you've got a bit of width, that's something there.
It's as if this outfield gets slower and slower as the overs roll on, and we see the covers. The team. The covers definitely are on standby. If we are.
Lions are getting through the overs here. They've just changed. Getting a spinner, Rapu. He's coming back into the attack. He's getting a spinner. You can see the Lions are on the plan here. They want to get through their overs.
A really good indication of rain. This is some natural science knowledge. If you see sparrows about, and that's exactly what we're seeing here on the field. Good indication of rain, as I've just called it. The sparrows are about, players are running off, and the covers are coming on. The rain is pouring down rather aggressively here at Dobsonville.
Yeah. Sad news, yeah, but hopefully we come back. Just gonna have to wait for this. I was spoke to the groundsman. They say when the rain comes from this end, it's always a heavy rain.
And heavy it is indeed. It is pouring down and it does not look like it is going to stop anytime soon. As you can see on screen, the covers are running on at the moment. I'm actually quite interested and surprised that the game went on for this long.
So it was some good wind that kept on blowing the rain off. I think now that the wind has died down and then the rain just started coming. But we just checked DP World Lions scored 184 for 9 in the 50 overs. Razina Manak was leading run scorer there, scoring 34. Followed by Sunet Filyun on 33 runs. And then from the Badgers side, Zintle Kula led from the front, scoring
It's happening. It's happening. Help me welcome the officials back on the field. Just behind them, the Badgers batter.
Well, that's exactly what they would want you to do if you were a home fan. Lions, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back. My name is David Midgley, and we are back in action here at Dobsonville. The rain couldn't keep us away for that long. Let's have a look at this scenario where we find ourselves. 184 for 9 is where the DP World Lions finished on. And the Garden Route Badgers will now have an amended score after the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern calculations have been put up on the screen for you. It was frustrating to just watch the game slip away from us. Alongside me, Homba Mazaleni, as we bring you this next passage of play. What do you make of that rain break? Will it benefit one side or another?
Well, we can say that it's given the Badgers a little bit of a break to reconsider and really recalculate how they were going about this game. Could be a blessing in disguise, we'll never know. But one thing's for certain, two things are for sure. The DJ has really been keeping us pumping.
Yeah, he's certainly earning his keep here. Tumi Sekakune has got ball in hand. And we're about to get underway once again. On the money again. You wouldn't have thought that she had been taken off for rain initially and then for the lightning that kept us off the park. But mercifully we are back here. Falling in love with cricket on Love Cricket Weekend here at the Dobsonville Cricket Oval. 2 games back-to-back. Hollywood Pro50 today. Pro20 tomorrow. Outside half of the bat. Just landing short of Captain Khomotso Rapo'o. 12 for 2 is where they find themselves. And the innings being reduced will mean that the target will change.
Well, it's quite certain that the Lions are a lot more vocal. I can definitely hear them all the way out here.
Flicked away off the pads. Fine, it'll go for 4. Or will it? It's going to hold up agonizingly short. The rain and the long grass means that there's an opportunity for them to run through. Wow. That was agonizing. It's almost like a golfer with the ball on the lip of the cup.
Absolutely slow outfield there. Like you've said, the rain will really do something to it. Almost dragging the ball backwards. That ball at any sort of place could have gone for 4, but unfortunately the rain with a thick outfield will do that to the ball. Slow it down.
Driven with some force there, not able to get it away. So as you see at the right-hand side of that small little graphic in the middle, the green one, 27 overs are to be bowled. And what that means is that it's almost cut in half. This run chase for the Badgers. 127 more to win. Struck in front, and umpires feeling refreshed after that break, or not interested in getting involved with any of that.
It's as if Dumi didn't even go on a break. She just picked up exactly where she left off. Watch this.
Or maybe just drifting down the leg side. Oh, nearly got the edge. She really tried to force things along, did Mia Nebueta. So 9 overs have been bowled. I'm going to make way for Ayamyoli as he takes you through the next passage.
back here. Dobsonville Oval. Dozake Rasibi into the attack. Starting us off well there. Nice and straight.
It's really interesting, the Johannesburg weather. The sun's now come out to greet us.
Another dot there, another just a run there. Loving the lines and lengths that Rasibi is bowling, not missing the stumps, just attacking the stumps. And that's the way to go here on this wicket. Very impressed, yeah. I think the sun is back in. I think the drainage here in Dobsonville Oval is very good. We're just off there for lightning. That made us wait for a bit. A ball there from Rasibi again, just a nick there. Missed the slip and the keeper for 1 run.
And it's shots like these that have the batsman slightly more startled. You can tell that that ball was not necessarily controlled and wasn't glided into the position that it found itself.
It wasn't really control there. I think loving the length and the line that Rasibi is bowling. Just another dot ball there. Rasibi is very familiar with the ground. Plays her cricket here in Soweto. It's very familiar ground for her.
It's been a rather neat over from Rasibi, only conceding 3 runs.
Bit straight. Batsman trying to find ground there. That's an over there from Slice. Rasibi considered 3 runs, very controlled over there, disciplined over.
I think I'm quite much in favor for that little break, especially when we talk about the way that the Badgers were going. It was as if they were falling a little bit too quickly, and this bit of a break has allowed them to recuperate, almost like a blessing in disguise, don't you think?
Definitely. I think there were definitely chats at how to go about it. With the loss of overs now, you have to make sure that you just don't. You have to cut the dot ball count, make sure that you're playing the ball well and you looking to score. That's a bit short there from Homoto Rapu. And
I think one of the most important things that the Badgers really need to do, and I've been hopping on about this for a while, is to make sure that they have good solid partnerships, rotate that strike, and find the gaps, the little pockets where they can score runs.
it's very important just to take the game on, look for runs. Doesn't matter, I think. Touch too straight there from Homoto. And they're able to get 2 there from Izal Celius. Just have to stick on that off stump. Whatever you're bowling, same or spin, make sure that you make them play on the offside. The moment you become too straight, that's when you kind of miss it and the batsman can punish you.
I am also quite interested to see a competition between the two teams. I think the Badgers really put up their own fort. They really fought a good fight when it came to the they fielding. And there we go, with stealing a run there.
Good folding there from Slice. Saving a 4 there. This was just a bit too short there. You make sure you saw with the Lions batters, anything that's a bit short in this wicket, it stays up. And then you can easily pull it. So you just have to make sure that you keep them on that front foot. You keep the batters on the front foot. It's a misfold there. That will cost them a run. You can see how they coming about their business there, the Garden Road Badgers women. They're looking to take the game on.
Well, they're starting to look a lot better than they did before we were interrupted by rain. So I really am starting to lean towards the side that they really use that little break to their advantage. A little bit of gardening here and there. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I think with the rain, I don't know, maybe they want to get through the overs, but with that rain, I'd rather have your sim, as you could see, Kukune there. That's a single there, nicely put in the pocket. We could see when Kukune was bowling there was a bit of something, a bit of moisture in the wicket. And I know after the rain, there's definitely going to be something for the seamers. And the Lions have decided to come with spin. It's a dot ball there. Straight to the fielder, Kukune. What a shot there. It's good running there from the Badgers for 2 runs. You can really see how the intent that the Badgers players are. They're coming, they want to score runs, they're looking to score. And that's a very positive intent that they come with here. It's another great shot there through for 2 runs again. It's great running, good cricket shots into the pockets there from the Badgers batsmen.
Definitely. You can see the intensity that the Badgers are coming at things now. They've really taken this break and just refreshed their mentality. Refreshing to see.
Ooh. A bit of something there. Played it early from Bota. Great bowling there. That's where you really want to be at there as a spinner. I think you have to just stick in that area, keep it on that line and length. The batsman will make the mistake. Just you have to keep patient and bowling straight on. Make sure you're not missing your lines and lengths. You always stick to the wickets. You're always trying to hit the wicket. And that's the end of an over there from Slice. Khomotso come back into the attack.
And definitely when it comes to Slice, she's more of an attacking player. So she'll definitely go for those bad balls and make sure that they're punished. She's also quite talented in finding the little pockets.
It's a touch fuller there. Driven nicely on the onside for a single. You have your deep square out. You've got the cow out there and to the... Great bowling there. That's the line that you really want. Just have to be patient and disciplined there with your lines and areas. Just have to keep on hitting that sport, not getting bored. Ooh, that looked. Ooh, that's good. Good bowling there from Khomotso. Not missing the stumps, as you say.
It's an aggressive call from the whole team. Watch this.
Ooh.
Look at that. Convincing as well. What do you think this break has done for the Lions side? From a mentalities perspective.
Yeah, it's very important. Like when these kind of breaks, when there's rain around, you tend to not to lose your focus. It's great bowling there from Khomotso. His lines and lengths way better than the first over now.
I think she's definitely gotten into a stride, gotten into the game. And I think she's starting to sniff around for a wicket. And if Jenna Butt is not really careful here in terms of how she selects her shot, she may find herself in some hot water.
Touch shot there. Pulled away to deep square for a single. And that's another over there from Khomut.
I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's some really good music playing. The vibe here is really, really phenomenal. I think the DJ has definitely something to do with that, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's good energies. Every time you come to Soweto, play cricket, you can come here, play club cricket. There's always a vibe, something different. They usually say guys from Soweto, they call Soweto the home of cricket. It's a great shot there. 4-2, they're pushing for 2 there. And they make it.
I kind of prefer if a batsman's going to put it into the air to give it a lot more power. That was a very dangerous shot in my honest opinion. It just landed just short of a fielder. And if that fielder had walked in, it could have been a very, very different story.
Oh! That's not out there. They sneaked in a run there. Is all serious. So yeah, coming to, you really have to commit to the shot. You can't be caught halfway. I think you have to really play the ball. If you want to go up, you need to make sure that you really go for it.
Definitely, and I think if you watch them in the middle there, I think they just had to sort out that communication issue there, because that run, I don't think it was quite necessary to risk it like that. It's really quite early in the innings, and to risk it for just a run like that, I don't know.
Good bowling there from Slice. The Badgers need 107 runs to win. Oh, it's great effort there from Tumi. Sikukune throwing herself around there. That's the stuff of fielding that you need, yeah, to just get guys vibing in the ground. Those dives and those. Well, ball there from Slice.
Definitely, that dive over there just electrified the crowd. We could hear them from here.
Looking to finish well, yeah. Great folding again there from Tomisi Kukune. She's staying on the game there.
Let me tell you something. Driving the ball to Tumi is like driving it to a stop-nonsense wall. It's not going anywhere.
Great folding there from our sim bowler, Tomisi Kukune. She's not just a bowler, she's also a fielder. And she also scored. She got 4 runs in the last ball of the innings for the Lions. So she's been an all-rounder. Today's game, she's done well with the bat, done well with the ball, and also throwing herself around in the field.
Talk about a hearty player. I think this is the type of player that is very much needed in the team. I'm also told that she's a very, very passionate and one of those motivational players.
Whoa! Bowling!
Great bowling there from Komoto. I think the Badgers players are trying to look for something too much. I think they should still keep it simple, not try to look for cuts when the balls are coming into straight. That's a beautiful shot again there.
That ball's definitely flying around in the air a little bit too much. I'm quite worried that the next one we'll see is that it will go straight into a fielder's hands, and well, I'm sure the Lions would celebrate that, but I don't know. The Badgers have done really well to put up a a rather okay innings when it came to their fielding. So I want them to also aggressively fight when it comes to the bat.
Touch on the leg side there from Khomoto. And that is considered 2 runs there. A little bit too straight there.
The energy from the crowd is quite loud. And that's exactly what you would expect here in Soweto. Oh, and a misfield. It's chasing for 4, but we know with this outfield is rather slow. And especially, when it comes to a team like the Lions, misfields they're costly. They're quite costly.
Definitely so. You could see, very impressed with the Lions bowling. There hasn't been many extras like the Badgers, how they bowled in their first innings. It's been very consistent bowling from the Lions. Just making sure that the Badgers players are always on the play, making them play. Another great bowling there, wicket to wicket. On the other side, we'll look at South Africa against New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. New Zealand are 91 for 4 in 9.5 overs.
Hello, Western Warriors. Hello, Western Warriors.
Maka Jansen, star of the bowler there on 3 wickets. Keshav Maharaj also just got a wicket. So hopefully the Proteas win this and be top of the table in their group. Another dot ball there. They're squeezing nicely there, the spinners. I think they're squeezing them, making sure they putting the pressure back into the Badgers players.
Ooh. See what I mean about those balls up in the air? I really need them to stop playing the ball on the ground, letting it go for so many misfields. Did you see this?
Guys not backing up there. Definitely. It's just the pressure of bowling those dot balls. I think that creates pressure for the batters. And then they try to look for those big shots. 1s and 2s can make it work, yeah? Oh, that's a great sweep. Dangerous sweep, but a great sweep there from Celius. And it's great running for 2 there. Loving the running between the wickets there from the Badgers players. Some good intent there. You can see. And that the partnership is 34 runs now. They're bowling it nicely.
It's good to see them rotating strike as well. They're building a really good partnership.
It's another single there to the mid-on position. You really would have liked to just get your folders more in. You want to create something. You want to make them play. You want to make them try to look for those boundaries.
And you can start to see some Badgers players getting really comfortable. And they're starting to take really risky runs. And I don't think that there's that much need for it at this stage of the game.
Definitely. I think they need 97 runs. Each and every ball that they face in, they're trying to look for that single. I love how they go about their business there, the Badgers. Make sure that they just don't lose the wicket and just keep this momentum going. If they keep this.
Amioli. His partnership now worth 36. As Khomotso Rapo'o begins the new over, and the surprise has been given away here. Microwave in the air, over the top. Jenna Buerta is going to have to chase that one down. She's done well to stop that one. It was almost a certain boundary. And very good effort there. The challenge that is sneaking up here on the Garden Route Badgers is the required run rate is up to nearly 9 to the over. Oh, good stuff here from the Lions captain. Buster, as she's known affectionately.
It's great. I think if you can get a to Miss Cookin has bowled well.
Yeah, that's
with the conditions that we came, there was a bit of rain that came in. There's definitely a bit of something in the wicket now. I think getting the seamers in to bowl after the rain is always something. There'll always be something in the wicket.
But the faster it comes, the faster it goes, Aya. It's driven shy. Ooh. She needed to have a direct hit there. She should have gone to the wicketkeeper's end. She apologizes now. That was a major difference for the Badgers during their fielding innings. The amount of times that they hit the stumps, you almost second guess whether or not you want to go for that run. Works this onto the onside. They'll get one as Sekukuna does the fielding. 17 overs have been bowled. 4 from it. 49 for 2. To come back to your point, I know you're a seamer. I know you'd love to see the seamers, but my concern is you're giving them pace on the bat. Is that something you are worried about or not really?
Not really. I think I haven't seen that. Outfield is a bit
lush.
Lush.
Lush is the word.
Yeah, it's a bit lush.
It's wet.
It's thick and lush and spongy. So you really want to just bowl to your field, open up a bit, and then you make sure that you want to break this partnership because the partnership is bowling nicely there. So you need someone, a strike bowler, who can come here and the required run rate is 9.3.
Well, that's a good way to get things going. Sweeps and sweeps hard. As you mentioned, that outfield doing batters no service. 50 up for the Garden Route Badgers. But there's a lot of work to do. They're going at less than 3 to the over. They need to go triple that. 9.3 to the over. They got to get moving, and there has to be more and more intensity to their approach. Oh, and Tozake deciding she wasn't quite comfortable. Umpire just signaling dead ball. A little bit of a slow one there from Tozake, a bit of underspin out the hand.
Tozake coming for very slingy action there for a spin bowler. Cutting off.
Down the ground here, that's in the air. It'll fall safely between the two fielders. Poor Gemma Buerta has been on the go all day. It was a good throw, just needed a good clean take. And they come back for a well-run 2. Look at it. Seeing this one again. Hit with precision between the two fielders. There was hesitation about the second. And it needed a clean take there. Another flight to delivery. Gemma Buerta again. Shies again. And this time nearly takes the head off of Ntozake. And a bit of a wave from the Badgers players asking for some hydration. They've been running a lot more this over than the previous. I want to get your insight, Aya, and into the relationship between bowlers and umpires at the end of the over. Plays this away to the onside. This young lady, I think everywhere she goes, the ball is after her. It's tough when you're out there. 9.5 to the over is what's required. They're going to need more than water, something to revitalize and energize.
You definitely need some boundaries here. Dot ball. Dot is gold here in this stage.
18. Yes, so 18 overs have been completed. 5 runs from the over, 54 for 2. Talk to me a little bit about, as a bowler, the conversations that you're having with an umpire. Because often you'll see that, players, when they turn around, coming back past the umpire, ready to start their run up again. You see Sekukune with the 2 wickets. But what is it that happens between bowlers and umpires? I know you guys are always chatting to each other. What are some of the things that you discuss?
It's very important that you always be friendly with the umpire. I think half and half decision way has to go on the other side or your side. If you're very good with the umpire, maybe it will fall on your side. In terms of usually bowlers, where you're not sure with your lines, with your where you're stepping, like are you passing the crease with the no balls, and then you say, Mr. Can you work with me in my no balls? I think am I getting close, and let me know if I'm getting close or not. Am I bringing it back nicely, and then have that conversation, and she'll take you through. Like, okay, now that ball you think you were very close, so come back a bit.
New over from Rapo down the ground. She tries to go over the top, and it's a good catch. The skipper gets the breakthrough, and Tozake with the catch. It was almost forced upon them. They needed to go at 9.5 to the over. Another wicket falls, and the Badgers are in serious trouble.
That is great stuff from the TP World Women's. I think that was a partnership that needed to be broken there. It was bowling nicely, and that's a danger. Women there was gone out. Isal Silius out for 22. Yeah, as I was saying, a relationship with you, even some umpires will even tell you that when your rhythm is well, they can feel you from the back how when you're coming into bowl, that your steps, your rhythm, just by listening to you, and then they're also a bit of bowling coaches to say when you have a good relationship with them, just to say, okay, now when you bowl that no ball, there's something that you do on your run up, but I can feel it, but I'm not looking at the back. I can hear your footsteps, and those are the kind of conversation that you go with the amps.
It's always important to have them on your side, as you mentioned, not only for those decisions, those 50-50 ones, but also, just for them to give you that feedback. Well, 10 runs to the over is what's required from here on out, as the Badgers skipper Zintle Kula comes to the wicket. She's got a genuine task ahead of her. Miane Bueta, 24 from 51. They got to look to get moving here.
Very impressed with Zintle Kula. The way how she takes the bowling, the fielding. She's got some good catches here today. And also how she's in at number 5. All-round player there, Zintle Kula. You always need one of those in your team.
Yeah, you've got to have the support around you. It's tough being a captain at this level. Bit of innovation there. Comes across, scoops it onto the onside. And just one available there. It's always interesting when you see the wicket keepers chasing the ball. It's not always the most convenient to try and run with those extra bit of padding on, and a helmet that can sometimes rattle. Some wicket keepers prefer a much looser helmet. It's a good take there. Good take. There's a bit of something here. It's not prodigious turn, but there is certainly some bounce.
It's definitely something when you're coming from.
Looked like a bit of an effort delivery there. Forcing that as they get through for another one.
Yeah. When you're coming from Rapuza, and there's definitely some bounce. And when you're coming from Dozakis, and there's a bit of the cap low earlier on also when the Badgers were bowling. So you rather have your spinners coming back from that end and having your seamers coming from the top end. I think it's very important. You could see there was a bit of bounce there.
19 overs have been bowled. 56 for 3. Miane Bueta, 25 from 53. Zintle Kula is on 1 from 3. There's going to be a change in bowling. Sarah Nettleton, who opened the bowling today, will make a return from the same end she opened from. Rapo looking after the score by frustrating the Badgers with spin after spin after spin.
I think the Lions are trying to get through the overs.
Playing a miss there. 11 runs to the over. We keep reminding you of it because the chasm between required run rate and run rate achieved is such a big one, as you can see on your screen. Comes down the ground. She's missed it. She's been stumped. Combination of Nettleton and Manak gets the breakthrough. Another wicket falls for the Badgers. She's gone stumped. Meane Botha has to depart for 25, 56 for 4.
Or ball there from Sarah. I think she created the pressure there. The moment that run rate goes up above 10, you always try to find something. And that creates the pressure. Then you start making those bad decisions and then you create a wicket there. Well ball there from the lady Sarah Nettleton.
Yeah, Sarah Nettleton getting in among the wickets now. And it's almost exclusively the spinners that are doing the hard work here, much to Aya's dismay. Love to have more seamers coming out onto the park. New batter to the crease, Giselle Augusta Abrams. Just look at this one again. It's the bamboozling that everybody enjoys. A little bit of a slow delivery, completely down the wrong line. And she's found all at sea. 56 for 4, 86 required for victory, or 6 wickets for the DP World Lions. So 2 dots and a wicket. What more will we see from Sarah Nettleton?
It's good control. I'm loving the pace that Sarah is bowling with. Not a lot of pace there. It's a bit of width there from Sarah. And the leave there from Abrahams. Not really what we need here this time.
The Lions have been far more disciplined with the lack of extras. I think that's something to note between the two sides. Dots are not only gold here, they're maddening for the visiting side. They need to go to 11 or more to the over. You're not going to do that with 4 dots and a wicket in an over. Spoils a good over. It'll be wide with an extra stolen. So 1 more ball remains in the 20th.
It's go big or go home here for the Gardenwood Badgers.
They're not going all that far. Remember, tomorrow is the Pro50 game. Both sides looking for a victory, and I think the Lions are looking to try and take the double. And wide again, Nettleton.
Just a bit too straight on the leg side there from Nettleton. Just have to keep it on the offside. Hitting that off stump, 4th stump.
I think she's indicating there that her hand slipped a little bit. Nearly a 3rd wide in a row. This one's paddled round the corner. There's no one there, and so there's going to be a lot of hard work in the deep for Faye Carling to prevent that one from going for 4. She does well. It was elegant, really, in the way in which she picked that one up.
Great.
20 overs have been completed, 61 for 4.
It's great folding there from the lanky fast bowler.
Are you seeing a kindred spirit there? Lanky fast bowler. .20 overs bowled. 61 for 4. And change of bowling once again. Maybe an opportunity here for Khomotso Rapo'o just to allow her bowlers all to get some time out there in the middle ahead of tomorrow's T20 game. Lohonolo Meso replaces the captain, Khomotso Rapo'o. And we see some seam returning, which means Aya Myoli is very pleased.
Definitely have to come in and just attack. Always good to see a simmer running in and try to bamboozle the batter.
It's not only that, it's from the end that you requested it from. So hopefully the extra bounce that is available here will cause the Badgers batters some trouble. Down the leg side. Knocked away for 1. And they'll come back for the second. Carling does the fielding in the deep. Just too straight on that occasion.
Yeah, but touch too straight there. You just have to just come in, just bowl your basics, not put too much pressure on yourself. You know, the batters are trying to score runs, and you just here to try to get your full. It's the first over of the day, so you just have to still keep on setting yourself nicely and making sure that you keep your lines and length. Just like that.
Yeah, much better from her. Attacking the stumps. Not giving many options to the Badgers batters. They need boundaries, and it's getting to the point where you probably need 2 6s or 3 4s in the over, and they're just not getting it. Flicked away. Running the first one hard, the second one won't be an option. The question I have for you, I put yourself in the shoes of the Garden Route Badgers here. Do you bat as long as you can, bat for the remaining 6.5 overs, or do you try and go after the score? Is it too far already? Struck in front. Umpire Zubair Saleh is not interested.
You definitely have to always try to get to the score. Always try to put in a fight. Try to look to take the bowler on. I think 12 runs and over is a bit much, but just as the captain is in the middle, you still have to look to win the game. Try to hit the ball as hard as you can and try to find those gaps.
Do or die, really. Do or die, trying to find those ways in which you can push your opposition as close as you can. The way you've phrased it is such... Bowled, so well bowled. It's just line and length time again. So 21 overs bowled, 64 for 4. And what it means is when you have that pressure back onto the opposition, even though you do lose the game, the next day on the Saturday, you are going to then hopefully have that momentum and energy coming into the Sunday game.
It's definitely right. Yeah, I think you try to have to create the momentum, and it's not going to be the first time you face this kind of situations. So it's you have to practice it and making sure that you're still looking to score runs and trying to score runs and practice being under pressure and hitting under pressure.
Yeah, because there may come a time where you as a team will want to back yourself here. Some celebrations. Out in the crowd, outside edge. There is protection there. So nearly could have gone to hand were there a slip in place. Some of the fans are winning some prizes here.
Great initiatives. Yeah, I think they're winning some great prizes there.
Small appliances, from what I understand. Oh my goodness! It's so nearly shaved that off stump there.
It's great bowling there from the experienced Dozake Rasibe.
Her control is everything. Cut away. It's on the bounce there. Shy to the striker's end. Umpire's not interested. You'll just see in the background there's a crouched figure right at the top of your screen. Brecht Monathan, the finance head for Lions Cricket. He's always been a fervent supporter of the Lions ladies. He's always in and around the DP World Wanderers when they play a home game at the stadium. Loves sharing in their success. Plays this one across the line. Good sweep though. Picked up by Cowling for the single. And that's what I think. I don't know what your thoughts are, Aya, but to me it's a holistic support for all of your teams in the structure that allows your players to believe in them. As this one is hammered away, it's gone all the way for 6.
And that's the first 6 of the day.
Absolutely. Finally we get one of the day. It was desperately needed. She just stood and hammered it away. All the Lions fielders could do is just watch as it sailed over the rope. And it wasn't a terrible delivery, really. Will we see more? And again, this time much straighter. Botha does the fielding.
It's great fielding there from Botha.
Jenna Evans, sorry, we've been calling her Gemma Botha. My deepest apologies. End of 22 overs, 74 for 4. I think on that faux pas, it's my time to make way. I'll leave the last 5 up to the 2 of you.
We need a lot of more of those shots here, the Badgers, to win this game. The Shohon mess up back into the attack. Into a second over. I'll come back. Omba. Good line and length there. For nothing there from the Shohon.
Well, the Badgers have definitely picked up the pace here, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late, as the required run rate now sits at a staggering 14.1 runs.
Innovative shot there from Cynthia Kula. She lost playing the second time seeing her playing that shot. She backs it.
Cynthia Kula is definitely proving herself to be an all-rounder. We've got a partnership running for 19 runs. It's the 22nd over of 27. We know that this game has been cut short to 27 overs, and because we were interrupted by rain, and it seems unfortunate that the efforts of the Badgers are not going to match up to the standard at which they have, well, at which it's required.
Oh, that's a catch there. And mid off there from Lisha. Slice catching it. The great catch there from her.
Do you see that celebration? It was caught and then she just let it go. Absolutely amazing stuff from there. Nice and safe, fans. Let's take another look.
Nicolene Joseph van Rensburg. And joining the party is Leo the Lion.
Well, it is unfortunate for the Garden Route Badgers. At this point in time, they just have to really try and meet that required run rate, but it seems like a mountain more than a little hill. At this point in time, I think the question is, should the Badgers just go for it and try and put up a rather all right score up on the board, something that they can feel proud of? But at that, they risk losing their wickets. But to be quite honest with you, it is only 5 overs left in the game.
Great bowling there from Honolo. A lot of girls from Soweto, yeah. Ladies from Soweto, yeah. Honolo, another Soweto born. Karabo Meso's older sister. Karabo Meso, she is with the Proteas now. Great shot there. For just a run there. I haven't really seen some of those shots with the Lions ladies. They were hitting it nicely on the ground. I think the Badgers girls are just got a bit of power hitting it in the air. I think something that's needed from them to get over the line.
Well, if we think about it, the game for the Badgers has really been changed around. It went from a full-on 50 over to a 27 over game. So it required them to play a little bit more aggressively. But unfortunately, it seems like they're going to fall short of the runs required to win this game. You can tell by the energy on field that the Lions seem to have this one in hand. A lot more aggressive with their play at the moment. It's as if you wished that the Garden Route Badgers came on earlier with this type of attacking pace. Certainly would have set themselves up.
Squeezing nicely there. Rapu, change of ends. You don't really have to. Those dot balls are just to practice your power hitting now. I think it's time to just practice our power hitting. 17.7 required, and they are going at 3.3 runs and over. That's a sneaky single there from the skip, Zintle Kula.
Smart move from her, as we've seen that it is Van Rensburg who's got a lot of more power behind her shots.
Shot there to mid on for a single again.
A little bit of disappointment from Van Rensburg as she does not find the boundary.
You really have to wait for the ball. You're hitting it on the move. Just wait for it and just make sure you're nice. Kola again with that shot of hers for a single. You really have to be nice and still and have a good base to be able to get the ball over the ropes. You can't be hitting it on the move. You have to just have a nice base and making sure that you've got a good bat swing and keeping your head nice and still.
Definitely when it comes to that wild, incredible fielding from Dumi. Absolutely brilliant. Stop that ball in its tracks.
Loving the energies there from Dumi, enjoying what she's doing. That's what you need to see from a cricketer. Even when you're fielding, not just bowling, showing some good energies there and fighting for the team. I think that always lifts up the spirit of the team. When you sing Sima, fast bowler, diving around and throwing herself around. Then as a bowler, you always want to make sure that you're very impressed with that.
I even think of the youngsters in the team. If your seniors are playing at such an incredible intensity, it really does inspire you to really start pushing yourself, especially on the field, making sure that those balls do not go past you, grabbing each and every single opportunity that you get.
Great bowling there from Honolo Meso there again, hitting the back of the length.
And you can start to see the energy again from the Lions players. They're starting to scream. They're starting to even act like they've already won. You can tell in the type of the bravado that they carry in this game.
It's great stuff.
Cracker of a shot, gone. And gone for 6.
It's a great shot there from the strong Van Rensburg. Beautiful shot there. Nice and still. And hit it for 6. It's a great shot there. Cow corner.
Van Rensburg really starting to display her amount of prowess around the bat. She can really dominate when it comes to the bat, and hitting those 6s is something that we haven't really seen here.
Single there. Partnership of 13 runs there.
I have a quick question for you. Is there anything that you think the Badgers could have done differently or even earlier in this short, very, very short innings?
Great. Sneaky good shot there for 1. From the skip. Zintle. Single there from Honolo Meso there. Single. You have to just keep on bowling, making sure that you keep it nice and tight. Loving the length that she's bowling. She doesn't try to do much. Even though they're hitting, she's still sticking onto her straps, hitting those good lines and length. She goes again. A single there.
Well, as a bowler like Meso, when you start hitting your lines and length, you really start getting into your stride, and especially when it comes to the energy of the field, you can already they can already starting to anticipate the victory that's just around the corner for the Lions.
Badgers currently on 90 for the last 5 wickets in 25 overs. 2 more overs to go. Still needing a further.
Another over there.
And coming into the attack from the George Langa end, Faye Coley.
Faye Colling coming back in there from the George Langa end. On the other side, New Zealand 146 for 7 in 16.5 overs. Marco Jansen being the pick of the bowlers there. She is on 4 wickets.
Well, it's the last 2 overs of the game.
Just a bit back of the length. Over point there. For 2 runs. Nicky, 2 runs there. Okay. They in. They made it. Better pick of the length there. You can see that was just a warm-up ball from Faye Colling. Have to be on the money, even though as a bowler, because you need to make sure that in these situations, even though you are winning the game, but make sure that's something that you can practice for other games. Still a lot of cricket to be played. Trying to execute your plans and
Definitely right at that, at making sure that you finish the game off strong, especially when you're a bowler like Faye Cowling. You need to make sure that you finish off your spell in good spirits without ruining your scorecard.
And also, it's a good thing to just practice to bowl in the death bowling. I think this is a nice position where you can not under pressure, just practicing your death bowling. Oh, she tried to go full there, but then too straight there from her, and the umpire signals the wide.
Well, you can start to hear the crowd around starting to anticipate the victory. You can hear the screams from just outside the boundary.
Touch too straight there to deep square for a single.
We must give it to Zintle Kula and Van Rensburg. They've been really dominant behind the bat as well as dominant with the ball, which makes them great players in terms of all-round cricketing. And that's exactly the type of players that you need. Players that can hold their own with the bat and with the ball, making good contributions to their team.
Coming in there, nice and full. Looked like a Yorker. Batsman couldn't get underneath the ball for a dot ball there. Full toss there to front of square. It's good running for 2 runs. One more ball left there from Faye. Looking to finish strong here.
Lots of energy on the side of the field. We've got a little jumping castle for the little ones here. And it's creating quite an atmosphere.
Great stop there from Faye. End of the over there. Badgers are 97 for 5. 1 more over to go. And they need 45 runs to win.
Given that it's the last over of the day, what do you think the Badgers could have done to turn this around?
I think those extras have costed them a lot. I think there's a lot of work to be done with the bowler and the bowling side. I was impressed with their fielding. They created 3 runouts. But then the extras were the leading run scorers of the day. And something that's really not needed in the game of cricket. The experienced Dumis Kukune coming back into the attack.
You know, what you've just said to me just echoes that the extras were the leading run scorers of the day, and I think you're right there. They could have really maybe defended this game a little bit better should they have not scored so many extras. Because, I mean, it's not a bad game that the Badgers have played, but unfortunately, because of their unforced errors, they've let the game slip away.
It's a nice and full there from Tumi. Just for a single straight to point.
Is there someone underneath? And taken! Beautiful! Another wicket for Dumi Sekokune. It's been a marvelous spell, a marvelous inning. Wow, what an incredible run Dumi has had at the moment. Let's look at it again. There it goes all the way up into the air, and it finds someone sitting there. Boom, nice and plumb. What a beautiful way to end the game. Another beautiful wicket for Dumi Sekokune.
It's Great bowling from the experienced Dumis Kukune, showing how it's done in the top level of cricket. The Protea there, Dumis Kukune, always energetic, always smiling there, loving her energies on the field. Leading by experience there, Dumis Kukune, showing them how it's done. And loving her energies, running in, always giving her best there to me. And she's about to bowl, running in from the first to the last ball of the innings, running with good energies and good intent. That's what young and upcoming bowlers should always do. Always putting in those great efforts there. Doesn't matter what stage of the game you are in. Very impressed here with this young lady, Tumisi Kukune. Been around the block, played a lot of cricket, and leading by experience. Here she comes again with great energies. That's a leg by there from Tumi. Having a little chat there with the skip of the Badgers.
And talking about experienced leaders in a team, I think it's very nice to have someone like Dumi to usher in a new generation of bowlers. They need someone to be inspired by. And I can tell you one thing now is that having someone like Dumi and seeing what she's done with the ball in her spell will really inspire the young ones in the team.
Lovely to see, man. Lovely to see. Great day here in Soweto. I think having kids watching, a lot of kids there watching this cricket here and then getting inspired. As we spoke about, just taking the game back to the people, back to the township. I think it's a great initiative there from the Lions Cricket. It's planting, it's all about planting those seeds into those young boys and girls, saying that you can also come and play here. You can also play for the Lions. You can also play for the Proteas. And this game is not just played. It's great bowling again there from Tumi. And there you have it there. That's the end of the game there. Lions have won.
And you see the rapport between Mate and Sekukune. I think between the camps that they've had at the Protea level, a few little exchanges go on over there. Smiles all around. So good sporting, good cricket, and good game here in Soweto. We've been shocked by a little bit of rain and blessed by a little bit of sunshine, and we've enjoyed it all the way through.
Beautiful day, yeah, beautiful day of cricket here in the Dobsonville Oval. And the DP World Lions come up. Are the main people that just won the game today. Great stuff. Winning with the bonus point there. Well done, and we see you tomorrow. We will be playing the T20. So well done there to the DP World Lions. Thank you to the ground staff. They've done a very great job. Wicket has played very well. And great stuff from the ladies' side from Gauteng.
All right, thank you very much for tuning in into the Hollywoodbets Pro50. This is us saying good evening and good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
But bowler one side, lava. Huh? Ah, no. We'll just leave them there. H. Ngicela ezi3 mhlambe la ezi3 nalawa. Yeah, please.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Wandi, uzama ukuchithela Ande. Yeah, oh. Slow down. Bambela ekhoneni boy. Mama igibelisa kancane nje la. Oh, man, oh. Was. Yeah, asiyeni ke straight.
Alright, can I ask for
Straight.
Can the players please just move it back to
Yeah,
the
sharp.
clubhouse?
Oh.
Someone directing. If all the players please can move.
Ayidonse kancane ke mfana kancane so.
Thank you. And
Yeah, once.
clear the background, please.
Yeah, idonse. Omunye ayibambela ekhoneni chance.
DP World Lions, if we can just move further
Don't, boy, don't.
towards the clubhouse.
Yeah, oh.
Thank you, Badgers.
Asilandeni le green ke chance. Hey, yazi amaphini wethu aphelele kulabantu bamatende. Yeah.
The post-match presentation in this, the Hollywoodbets Pro50 game between the DP World Lions and the Garden Route Badgers. Time to announce the play of the match, and without any surprises, it's Tumi Sekokune. Tumi, congratulations on your performance today. With ball in hand, you felt like the world was at your feet.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, coming in, I think the second innings was a bit of wind and I was struggling a bit there, but as soon as I found my line in length and tried to stick to it.
And what are you trying to do when you're in this environment in terms of helping others to achieve your standard?
Now, I think, just using my experience and using my knowledge as well to just tell them what to do in different situations. And there at the back end, I just try to put in my variations, and that's what I told because it's on the slower side. So, yeah.
Congratulations on your performance.
Thank you.
That's your player of the match, Tumi Sekokune. We're going to call up the Badgers captain for a post-match presentation conversation. Zintle, unfortunately, you didn't get the win today, but when you came into today's game, you were looking to hit your straps. Where do you think you guys fell short?
To be honest, when we came in, everybody was ready for the game, but then I feel like we let ourselves down with the extras. I think that's where we got it wrong first, and then later on with the bat also, I think that's where we lost it.
It's tough when you have decided to bowl first. Now you have to try and break up your batting innings. What was the conversation when the rain did eventually come down?
I mean, we did, the coach did discuss how we need to go about it per over, but then it was not easy batting out there, and things didn't pan out the way we thought it did, so it's just one of those.
All the best for tomorrow's Pro20.
Thank you.
And now for the winning captain, Khomotso Rapo. Khomotso, you lost the toss, but you've won the game, and that's all that matters. Tell me a little bit about the energy and the feeling inside the camp at the moment.
One thing about my team is that they never lose hope. Even if we lose the toss, we always go out there and obviously do what we do best, which is bowling. And I know our bowling attack is always great. So my bowlers did the job today for us.
And tell me a little bit more about your plans as you head towards that final. You've gotten the result today. The rest of the team's not matching up to the standard. How is your feeling as a captain, having led the side thus far?
It's always great to lead the side that always give you the best performance. Obviously, the batting didn't go as planned, but we came as a team and we kept it simple during the bowling.
Congratulations on today's win. All the best for tomorrow's game.
Thank you so much, sir.
And there you have it. The news from the Dobsonville Oval is that the DP World Lions have won by 42 runs.